what I mean by that is people. There are some people with are interesting, but we had a disruption in the class and it was handled well. But besides that, the class is fine. It's screenwriting, so it's pretty cool. Anyways,
Back to racism.
okay,
Not on my
No,
screen.
he's live.
he's live.
Now we found music to this song request.
Yo, 69-month streak. Let's fucking go.
Oh yeah.
Say what?
Wait, people didn't notice the wombat?
That's some nice art.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, wow.
Titties.
Is that new?
Whoa, is that new?
No, that's old. That's
No.
like a 2-3 year old
Oh my
piece,
God.
right?
Okay, I just don't remember it then.
Yeah, Cad. I don't know if I've ever. I don't think I've ever seen this one. I'm not joking. Whoa!
Wow.
I come to stream
Damn.
very often,
Dude, come
sir.
to stream
I come to
almost
stream
every
very
day.
often. I'm just a lurker.
He
Oh,
does.
oh my!
You have it on record.
Now it's on record. Shit. Ah. I love how you guys just love to give me a hard time.
Stop it! You're punning yourself to death here, man.
You're giving yourself a hard time.
What was that? Wait, what? I don't get that one. Sorry, punning myself. I don't
I've
get
got
that
your
one.
hard time right here.
Oh, wow. Okay. I'm just gonna stop talking now.
Smart.
So how many hours are you taking this semester?
Well, I'm taking 4 classes. And
Cad's muted, remember.
You could have just ignored that one.
Yeah. Okay. No, I'm
That's
not
just
answering that
brutal.
question, Cad.
He uses cheat codes. It's not fair.
Yeah.
So you still haven't even told us what class you're taking.
So I'm taking screenwriting and film and TV, taking
Okay.
social psychology, I'm taking media literacy, and I'm taking capstone gen ed death of a president, JFK. What?
I'm be real. It sounds like you're studying Twitter.
Yeah.
I mean, that would be but no,
Lots of
I'm
media.
not.
No, I don't think that'd be interesting. I think you'd lose your mind doing that.
Okay. Yeah. Long time ago, I agree, Kat.
Scrolling
I
for
agree.
Facebook.
Oh no, I lost my mind earlier when I was reading that stuff about the.
For Goblin?
Dude, it's so funny about this. Like, I don't want to say woke culture, but it's like kind of like fake woke.
Well, so like my concerns that I was talking to Kat about aren't even
Mhm.
about the content of the show.
What show is this?
The Acolyte.
Oh.
So the Acolyte has a total runtime of like 285 minutes. Yeah, it's eight episodes of like 35 to 45 minutes long. Overall screen time is less than 300 minutes. It had a budget that was just shy of Deadpool and Wolverine. And I'm like, and regardless of like, once again, regardless of the content, why would anyone put that much money into a direct-to-streaming show?
Gotta get
Lord of the
pirated
Rings.
anyway.
It's like this isn't freaking a smart business decision. This is literally money laundering in a nutshell.
Yeah? I mean,
Well, or it's blackmail on behalf of like
Yeah,
wait,
they can't
wait.
actually. You're not allowed to actually like continue
So-
to air it and make profit off of it.
So what's going on?
no, I just found out that the Acolyte had a $180 million budget,
Uh,
And
and
every
It
bit
ca-
of it was fucking wasted.
it comes out to like $630,000 per minute of show.
ew.
And I'm like, how can you spend that much money
yeah.
and
yeah.
be that garbage.
and then have it go directly to streaming services because you don't make money off streaming services? I also have problems with them using writing shows off as tax write-offs to begin with, because it's like, your business failed. Why should you get to write it off?
Yeah, the $80 million Batwoman movie.
There was a Batwoman
That
movie?
never aired. He got paid,
Yeah,
but
and Fraser wanted it to happen because he just didn't care about the money.
Batgirl. Sorry.
Well, that's the funny thing. That's kind of Batwoman in a nutshell. She is never at all attached to Batman.
Right,
It's actually Batwoman, not Batgirl.
right. But here's
Aren't
the
you
thing.
streaming?
Here's the thing, Prophet. That version of Batwoman in the comics did it correctly. Not a whole bunch of the bullshit they've been pushing lately.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, it's more like the Batwoman is more of a self-dependent person without following Batman around.
Hi, chat.
Oh,
Ah, hello everybody. I just got the tweet out. Do me the favor and go give that some love. And I am just double checking everything on the VTubing side of things here. No more. What is love? Who was that cat guy? Yeah. I mean, you could hear they were talking about the Acolyte and several of the other stuff, because I guess news broke about like just how much the Acolyte actually cost. And it's kind of astounding, just due to its total overall expense. Bum 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 bum. Okay. I think we are good to go, chat. Provided this boots up. Come on, El Gato. There we go. Okay. Here we go. Right about there. Okay, sorry about that. I didn't get the other thing set up. How's it going, guys? Hope everybody is doing good. Hope you guys had a good weekend. Okay, there we go. Here, let me gift you guys today's art. There it is for those of you guys on the Twitch side of things. And here it is for you guys on the YouTube side. If it would type. There we go. All right. Cat, do me a favor and put a QPC on Castoria? No. There are plenty of people that can do that. I always keep my Castoria basically loaded up the exact same way so that I don't have to keep changing it. Okay. Is this the stream that's going to be promoting the soon-to-be Hollywood blockbuster Fate Stay Night? Yeah, so we had, excuse me, we had, obviously Anime NYC this weekend. That's, as you guys know, it's the reason I took off Thursday, as I just said, well, whatever, we're going to have to cover it on Saturday anyway, so there was no real, like, big reason to stream Thursday since there wasn't a lot going on. And then we got a ton of stuff. Also, I have to apologize because I was supposed to get you guys the Guda Guda guide today, and I totally forgot to upload it to the YouTube channel. So I have it, recorded from the other stream, but I never ended up actually doing it. So that's my bad. But again, I hope everybody is doing good today. Like we were saying, we had the Anime NYC stream. There was really not a whole lot going on with it. It's hilarious. I think it's also the first time I've ever had a YouTube stream completely blocked. I did not get copyright struck, but I may look into that stream. I may remove that portion of the stream, purely due to the fact that if it's completely blocked, then people can't see. Like, for instance, we were playing Black Myth Wukong afterwards, so I may just go ahead and edit that out and just kind of get rid of it. But we'll just have to see. It's fine. You got like 5-6 days to upload. Yeah, it's difficult for me because a lot of how I handle my uploads, I end up like kind of doing them on the side at work. And that's part of the reason that it's difficult for me to actually, one, get them done, and two, spend more time on them. So we're going to be trying to record some of the unit analysis today as well. You guys can see we are totally done with the JP event other than the actual point ladder and the shop, of which I believe the point ladder goes to 3 million on JP. Let me double check that. Yep, to 3 million. So we're already about a little bit over halfway. Well, a little bit under halfway. But doing the 90 plus, it's just kind of gonna be that way. And then we are plowing right through everything else. I'm not gonna do my I'm just gonna do 3 runs of the JP notes that we can get to covering this stuff more. So I'm not gonna sit here and spend an exorbitant amount of time doing the ordeal call nodes instead. So we'll skip that for today since one, I can let them accumulate some, and two, we got news on the way basically for JP. For those of you guys that don't watch Mr. Trubs or follow him on Twitter, one, you should do so, but two is the fact that there's going to be some upcoming interviews and stuff that he's going to be covering with you guys. We have Type Moon Times and everything tomorrow, I believe. So again, make sure you guys go check him out because we're about to get a whole bunch of crap dumped on us on JP. That's also why I've tried to keep the schedule relatively flexible. This is also the launch of Star Wars Outlaws, which I've kind of been waiting on for all this time. At minimum, I already bit the bullet. I already subscribed to Ubisoft Plus, so I have access to the game. I did not purchase the game because I do not believe it to be worth it at the current moment, based off everything I have seen and the way in which Ubisoft is monetizing the game. I'm not a huge fan of that. So I already subscribed for a month and then unsubscribed immediately so that I won't get billed a second amount. And I think I just finished downloading the game. Yep. Yeah, so it's already like fully there and ready to play. Subscribe, big mistake, KEKW? No, not really, right? Like, it's going to end up costing me about like $18, and that's going to be way cheaper than paying the... I would literally have to pay $105 to access early access right now. Yeah. Yeah, fuck that. If I have to pay for a second month even, it'd still be way cheaper than actually purchasing the game. And like I was saying to other people that were asking me, it basically just... I'm at the point where I'm waiting for it to come to Steam. I think they eventually will. They'll try to cash in on that. Because I think while this will generate their Ubisoft store some money, I don't think it's gonna do too well long term over there. Especially not since its reviews have been kind of I'm gonna say like middling. They're not right. Like they're in the 80s basically. It's like I think it's averaging right now like a 77 on Metacritic last I checked. So like yeah, I mean I'll say this: I don't feel like a game in the 70s is a bad game, but it is a game that has concerns. And at that point, I'm going to say if you're on a non-Steam platform and you're a game that has concerns, there's enough good stuff coming out and enough stuff out currently that people are just not going to care. So I do think a lot of the time this is sort of the issue that a lot of these companies fight is they kind of live and die by the Metacritic score. And I don't think they should, but I do think when you put your game on another platform like that, it definitely will. As say if it's not sitting there getting like 90s and stuff like that on the Metacritic score, you can't reasonably expect somebody to go out of their way to try and buy it on the other platform. It's about 75 from what I saw. Yeah. It's in the 70s, but people are not believing the reviews. I believe that it's in the 70s. And part of the reason why is some of the knocks against the game that I've seen are that like its story is a little bit lackluster. I think a game like this is probably going to come down to a lot of it like being whether or not you actually like Star Wars or not. If you're not a big Star Wars nerd, I'd tell you to just stay away. If you are a big Star Wars nerd, then it might be up your alley, but it does depend. I didn't need to do the full chain there, but whatever. Is BB tomorrow? BB will be like Wednesday at like 5 a.m. my time. So for me, not until Wednesday evening. But yeah, we're still going to play it. It's just a thing. Would you play remastered version of the original Dot Hack series? I don't know because I haven't ever played the Dot Hack series. And all I know about the Dot Hack series is that it seriously pisses people off when I say that it ripped off Sword Art Online. It's such a low-hanging fruit one, too. Oh, she did do enough. Perfect. Hello, Seba. Yeah, so like we've got that. We've got Black Myth Wukong. I'm not giving up on that. We also have Fate Stay Night. Like this is just such a busy week. So I was saying this kind of on Discord and stuff, but this may just be a like time for me where chat I end up playing some of these games offline and you guys don't get to see it because I run the risk of just never finishing some of these games if I don't. So you guys can tell me if you have a preference for one that you absolutely wish to see on stream between Fate Stay Night, Black Myth Wukong, or Star Wars Outlaws. You know, I can definitely try to prioritize that one, but otherwise it just be what it be. Like for instance, for the Fate Stay Night one, I'm considering just, you know, like going ahead and catching back up to where I caught up with while I'm off stream. It still will take me some time because I got to sit there and read it, but then chat would at least be able to dive right into where we left off the prior time. It's so good. Huh, yeah, like I said, I've just never had any dealings with it myself. I have a difficult time playing things like visual novels in general on stream, just due to the amount of time I cover FGO and the relative lack of time that I have to play anything else. So usually the sweet spot for a game is somewhere in the I'd say like anywhere from 20 to 50 hours of game time. If you're at about that amount of game time, I can probably play you and complete you on stream. If you start getting upwards of that, I have a very difficult time playing you entirely on stream. Baldur's Gate? we finished the whatchamacallit, the honor mode run, but I am at this point kind of waiting for them to give us the patch, I think coming up here in September, that has the evil endings all in it. And then when they do that, then like, yeah, we can definitely do the evil playthrough that, you know, we had already kind of started but not really been able to do anything with. Monkey Man for me. Yeah, I mean, I'll say that out of the three, I hate to say it, but I think Fate Stay Night's actually arguably going to be the worst stream game in that regard. So, chat, you guys can tell me, but like I said, I mean, maybe what I can do is I can just record me going through Fate Stay Night on my own, but that's a little bit difficult because one, I have to sit there and read it, and two, I'm not sure anyone will care to watch it. Evil Rally will return? Exactly. But no, it's just a Stay Night deserved a remake above Mihoyo and Tsukihime. I said what I said. No, I agree. I actually agree with you. I don't think that Tsukihime is a bad one to get a remake, but yeah, Mihoyo getting localized, while I'm happy that they did it, Mihoyo should have absolutely been localized after the other two. And the hilarious part is Mihoyo ended up being the first one to come over here. Reading a visual novel is going to be the worst. It's the worst content for stream. What do I mean when I say that? Well, if I'm playing an action game, y'all can watch me and watch me mauled and watch me like go ape shit on that stuff. If I am playing an open world game that you've never seen before, you might be curious about it, and you might like the action of the game itself and all that sort of stuff. So there is value to those types of games. Reading a visual novel that is 20 years old at this point, that most of you all know the story to, as happy as I am to go through it and actually like let y'all experience that, I don't think it's the most engaging stream content. Story-focused games are hard to keep chat's attention. Yep, 100%. Like, that is it in a nutshell. It becomes very difficult to... Wait, what? I don't know what that was, but okay. It's very difficult, like you said, to keep chat's attention. And I don't really blame y'all. It's just one of those things where it's like, I don't really know what to do about it. It's kind of difficult to spice up a visual novel and make people interested in it. Short of like, I don't know, like doing a speed run or something like that. But a lot of people just follow guides for it and everything anyways. Plus, I don't really want to speed run something like that. I want to take my time with it and enjoy it. So we did get the back to school campaign. If you guys need QP, it is half cost right now. I don't need it too bad because we're headed towards a lotto, so I'll probably be fine, and I'm just going to continue to take my time in the falls of failure here. There we go. And how is she coming? She's getting there. 150k more to go. Which at this point, she'll probably get there before I have the ability to finish her, because I am a little shy on embers right now. And grails, for that matter. Oh, that reminds me. Ooh, I gotta finish my JP grail. Oh, shit. This is the closest I think I've ever come to not finishing my my grail casting. Just try to imagine the fight between Archer and Gil on 3D like Fate Samurai Remnant type gameplay with Nasu's writing. Oh, no, listen, I really want to be clear here. I'm not saying that the visual novel's bad in any way, shape, or form. I think visual novels are great. I think there are certain games that are fantastic for like stream content, and then there are other games that are not. And I usually think that the more reading that's involved, the less likely it is to be a good game for stream content. I never read FSN, so the streams are fun for me. It's like listening to a lore video. Yeah, I've been trying to at least like voice it all. It's definitely a strain on my voice, but I've been trying to like give it my all in that sense, just to make it so that it's at least an enjoyable experience for y'all. A read along is inherently not very engaging. Yep. And like I said, I can apologize for that, but there's not a whole lot I can do about it. What's your opinion about Lost Belt 6? I like Lost Belt 6. I have some issues with it, but it's probably the best story that Nasu's written in FGO at the moment. Especially if something isn't voiced because people read at different speeds. Yep. And that's, I think, part of the reason that I'm trying to read it out loud for you guys as well is because I know some of y'all do lurk. And it's like, oh, well, if you had the volume on, you could still hear me, even if you're not necessarily like at the computer paying attention. Probably is something that I should say because it's been a long time since I've said it, but this came up a while back in VIP. But so fun fact, this is a change that Twitch made like years ago now at this point, but if you guys come to the channel and you lurk for me, I appreciate that. But if you mute the tab or mute your browser, it does not count as a view. And I've tried to tell people that before because I have people that are like, oh, I lurk, I have a tab on the side over here. And I'm like, yes, but if you don't have sound on and you don't have the video playing, it does not do anything. That's news to me. Yep, it's been that way for a while now. Twitch got really asshole-ish with view numbers for a while. So like, if that's the case, just put it on like 1%, and that will help it out. 1% sound gang. Yep. They're getting more and more strict with this. To be fair, it's been this way for years now. It's just a lot of people didn't realize they made that change. Can it tell if I turned the volume on the device itself off? No, it shouldn't have any capability of doing that, but it can tell if the tab is in some way muted. It's the same thing when streaming your screen in Discord of a streaming service, I think. Wait, what do you mean? You're talking about like how sometimes Discord doesn't let you? That's actually a different thing. A lot of that is usually due to hardware acceleration. Because like, for instance, I can stream Netflix and stuff to Discord. And I know, because I do it all the time. I mean, no, I totally don't share with my friends. It's tough. I want to support multiple streamers. I do not want to listen to two streamers at the same time. Yep, I'm aware. Like I said, there's not much I can do about that sort of thing. That's just how Twitch is. Usually what I do is I turn one all the way down to like 1%, and I listen to the other. And the other one's so low that like, you know, either you can't hear it at all or it's drowned out by the streamer that you are listening to. It's okay, Kat. You can screen share. You just can't share passwords. It's okay. I wouldn't want to share passwords technically, anyways, right? Out of everybody, I have to be very, very secure with all of my stuff. Oh, also, Zort, thank you for the 40. Persh, thank you for the 13. Thick, thank you for the 44. Hyper, thank you for the 62. Prophet, thank you for the 57. And Lutzvane, thank you for the 69. I didn't even realize. Big Steve hitting the big 6-9, the funny number. But again, I hope everybody had a good weekend. Obviously, there's just been a ton of stuff happening. I'm having a difficult time keeping up with it all. I'm suffering from like brain drain at this point. In a weird way, it feels almost like tax season for me because we kind of have the pressure of tax season on us right now since we got some deadlines coming up, but I'm not working the extra hours as I normally do during tax season. It's just the pressure's there, and that definitely sets in. it's weird for Scotty and Charles to be on an A. I'm okay with it. Like, well, I definitely can feel that way, that uncanny valley vibe for things. I get over it really fast because I just, in so many ways, like, I value having the new units and the quality of life in certain cases, like, on the server that I play and devote the most to. So it's like, to me, I have a nice time, like, spending time on JP, getting to know it, but then it's really nice to have it on, like, you know, my actual Whaley account. Mojo, thank you for the follow. I've done this on my part. I don't get how someone quick loops with Summer Scotty. Is it like Charlie Black Grail, or were they... Wait, is it like Charlie with a Black Grail, or am I just dumb? So what do you not understand about, like, how does someone quick loop? Because, like, usually there's a couple factors in play here. One, you need to have enough supports to basically facilitate, you know, good refund. Two, you're going to need usually enough charge to make sure that you get through the node. And three, you're probably going to need to make sure that the node itself is okay. This is what makes it somewhat difficult to quick loop at times, but that's basically what it is. And you guys will actually notice there's a couple corners I'm cutting here. I'm not even utilizing Charlie's first skill. I also have him with a starting charge CE, and I'm not using anything like plug suit to rotate. So this is a very minimalist loop comp. Blacklight, thank you for the follow as well. What do I need to prepare for the next Guda Guda? Nothing too much. It's just, I would definitely take a look at the guide when I get it posted. I'm sorry that I haven't posted it for now, guys. But it's going to be sort of a miniature lotto event, so some people may want to actually farm it significantly. Other people, like myself, I'm probably not going to be doing too much with it because I already have most of the resources. Good a fun sacrifice, but that's fine. That's all good. I'll get over it and then say the same thing about Cuckoo 6 months from now. Pretty much. And immediately know he's on JP. To be fair, I did spend quite a bit of time farming JP with this exact same comp. So, like, yeah, it's a thing. And you guys can see partly what I'm doing here is I am bonding those two on the back line because I need to get both of them to bond 11 just due to their current coin distribution. And Ace Lotto is Fairy Night Cup, right? Correct. Yeah, that's not till November, though. Maestro. I just saw Maestro changed his name. Or his, not his name, but his message. Not fangs, metals, or eggs, then I'm gonna farm Guda Guda. There are night metals in it, I believe. I'd have to double check. Yeah, there's the Fairy Cup. So the Lotto is... No, sorry, not metals. It is Aurora Steel, Homunculus Babies, Stingers, Heroes Proofs, and Stakes. If you guys need a ton of whaling stakes for things like your Appens or your Erish Kagals, there are at least a crap ton of them, and I don't believe they've been in a lotto before? Or have they, and I'm misremembering? I think this is maybe the second time they've been in a lotto. Medals are next year. I think they are, yeah. I think you can get some medals in the shop in this event, but it's not like It's not like it's actually on rotation. Yeah, there's 20 in the shop. Turns out a lot of the saber faces need fangs and metals. Yep. Can confirm. I like that there's rainbow steel. Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, just about all of those materials I'm solid on. Like, we'll see. I've always done my 500 boxes, so maybe I'll keep it up. But like, Chad, I truly am reaching the point on my NA account that I don't need to. It's kind of wild, but I actually don't need the resources anymore. I'm kind of that far ahead on certain things. A lot of seashells coming up. There is next year, if memory serves. I believe it's Nemo Moss. No Dragon Reverse Scales, unfortunately. I wish, but quite literally, we got an Ordeal Called node that has Dragon Reverse Scales now, and everyone's farming it for that exact reason. MP2 makes farming so much more comfy. It really does. I've tried to tell people before, it's not like an NP2 is required for everything, but like there is something that is so nice about like just set it and forget it and don't have to rely on cards and just like it's easy, right? Like again, I don't really have to pay attention to how I'm farming this because I just know I'm going to kill. So even if I do shortchange somehow, like right there, I know that the cards will finish it off. So there's no concern on my part. I feel like Lasagna is going to regret that shell lotto. No, actually they won't because they kind of killed the shell lotto. Hey, there we go. So yet another saber face bonded up. So MHXA comes off the list now for units that I need to get coins for. Let me go swap her out in the back line here real fast because one, I gotta go slap a new bond grail on that baby, and two, I gotta get her out of there so I can get somebody else bonding. Wait, bond grail, brain. There we go. Okay. Best archer bond, yes. All right, so she's done there. Let me swap a roo. Who do I want to bond? Let's go take a look at coins. I need to actually look at this because I don't know off the top of my head. We're not good there. We're good here. We're already done here. The 4 stars are going to be trouble. I already know this. Good here. Wow, we are precisely good on that. That's a problem. So it might be double X. Don't remember taking Jarcher for the last one there, but maybe this needs it. This is good. This needs it. That's a problem at the moment. She's good now. She's definitely good. She's good. She's good. He's good. Like I said, she quite literally needs it. This is a little bit like, so you're seeing 260 here, but I already did use a Grail on her to go to 102. So, really, she's sitting at 290 coins, just like MHXA was. Oh, my Salter is spicy, but good. So it looks like it's it looks like it's here, and who else was it? Okita. So it's Okita, Okitan, and Umu are the 5 stars that really need the bonding. Which is gonna make this an Okita, cause like I can use my AoEs. They're not an issue. I can bond them easily. It's the single targets you kind of need to backline bond a lot unless you have other ways of dealing with it. Though admittedly Okita does at least have a charge skill, so that's always been her forte. But yeah, we'll basically put them back there. How's my Summer Scotty doing? Oh, she's almost a bond 6. I haven't used her a ton. How is Charlie doing? He's also almost a bond 6, so gonna get some free quartz off of that soon. Somebody was asking me the other day how my Mystic Code's coming. Oh, we're not to 9. Okay. I thought I was sitting at 9. This will be done probably during the lotto. I don't really care. It's not a huge deal to me. Like, I know everyone's like, "Oh, are you done yet?" And I'm like, "No." Like, but I'm also not really trying. Like, I have it equipped. So like I use it the majority of the time, but I'm not like doing anything extra. I'm not like taking like craft essences to try and fast track it. I'm still just taking bond and stuff like that because I legitimately there's nothing else I have to work on. I have done every other Mystic Code, so it's not a huge deal. Mine's getting to level 8 now. Yeah. Are you gonna 120 any of them before the other Artorias? I don't know. We'll see. The problem that we have at the current moment, and it's like I was talking about before, is as much as I want to do all the Artorias, the 4 stars are gonna be a real pain in the dick. I don't know how the heck I'm supposed to manage that without just rolling for more copies. Like, it's just really rough in that regard. So I think what I'm probably going to start trying to do is I'm going to start trying to work in some 4 stars into the back line, try to get them bonded up so that they get to that 7+ point. And I may just have to sit on them for a while. I may just have to go like, okay, it is what it is. Praying for early bond coin change on an A? Yeah. Yeah, it should definitely help out for things like that. Deus, thank you for the 37. Appreciate it. Just wait for Coinbond. Yeah, it's like I said, like there's just not much I can do short of wailing and rolling. You guys can see I'm actually okay on the Salter coins. So like we do have the back to school banner here right now. I'm gonna throw that at it. There you go. There's your impromptu rolling session, chat. And it's a servant. It's a Lancer. Hi, Hector. Wild Koyan Skya now, yeah. I don't expect too much from stuff like that. But yeah, no, people were asking me, is this a good banner? This is. Again, this is one of the revelations that we had as we had the back to school campaign. It was this, and basically they mentioned that in November there's going to be a free celebration that if you go to it like the tickets will be totally free, but it will also be streamed live done in Hollywood, California. I have no idea what that means. I have no idea what it is that they're going to try to do for that. Obviously, people are going to meme on it and assume that we're getting some sort of like live action Hollywood thing. Chat, it's in November. You ain't getting shit. Like not in that regard, right? But we'll see. It may just be like some sort of concert. It may be a remembrance of Fate Stay Night to some degree. But who knows at this point? Will you roll for Sin or skip next week? I'll be rolling. Yeah, it's that like next week I have even more crap I gotta do, so. My nose. Okay, sorry about that. Chat, in the interim, let me get off that screen because that screen is temptation. And let's pull up. Ugh. Oh, sorry about that. Let's pull up our units. Oh, this is super good. This is the wrong Guda. I was looking this up earlier because somebody asked me, I think on Saturday. Guda Guda? Nope. So all the way in September. Okay. It's easiest to just go about it from the event bonus. Avalon, you didn't want to send me anything for Keisuke? Who? Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong. I asked Avalon to obviously do the work for me like he does on these unit analysis. And I asked him for, all 3 units, and now in retrospect, I realized that there was nothing he could really send me for Keisuke. Keisuke, if people want to mock me for reading off the wiki, like I said, I don't really normally do that. Most of the time, like, yes, I do read off the wiki, but then we give you all sorts of calculations and slides and stuff there. And a lot of the times while I'm reading through the wiki, I stop and I commentate on various things about the skill that you need to consider. So it's like I'm not just reading down the list and assuming you know everything. But it's really funny because, for Keisuke, yeah, I'm gonna just be reading the wiki. There's really nothing we can do for a unit like him. But we'll see. I'll talk about him for a little bit. Now let me refresh myself on Iyo. Yes. Yeah, I always forget she has that. Actually, let me double check something. She mentioned it all. No, she's not. Oh, this is a really good one, Jay. Even though it's not Friday. What's her sister's name? Chat. Himiko, thank you. Brain failure. Okay. Himiko. Himiko. I don't know how I forgot that. Yeah, okay, I thought so. They do have the same passive. That's why I was like, I saw that, I was like, hold on. It's basically a very similar thing. It's primitive body A here on Himiko, and Iyo having natural limbs B. They're both poison debuff immune. Iyo is burn and Himiko is curse. That's an interesting thing there. Our third's anti-foreigner. Well, let me double check something here. Yeah. Yeah, that's a spicy amount of foreigners. It's not the best. Like, I wouldn't necessarily go for this, but that's nothing terrible. And that is like the majority of the foreigners you're going to encounter in the game, particularly some like repeated enemy foreigners here with both the abbeys. We often see Abbey used as an enemy for foreigners when we get foreigners. You know what? Let me close these other two for right now, just so I don't get confused. Ba-ba. Le Black Grail. It's the usual suspects, chat, at this point. Like, this is nothing too crazy. Every time. Right lacing. There we go. I couldn't think of the name all of a sudden. My brain is struggling to keep up with everything in FGO at this point. I feel like I'm having dementia at times. We could maybe talk about the Curse Sea, but I don't. I'm not a huge fan of the Curse Sea. It's not that strong. Shit. Chat doesn't even remember the Curse Sea's name. That's one I definitely don't remember off the top of my head. Walk on the Stars. From the Wangina event? Yeah, it was. Can find it probably faster that way. There we go. Really roundabout way to do this. Okay. All right. Let me double check one last thing here. And we're good to go. All right. Let's try to hammer all these out, chat. I'm probably going to be doing multiple unit analyses tonight, trying to get a lot of them done. So bear with me. If I get anything wrong, just scream at me. The art's great. Thank you, Field. Unless you're talking about the CE art, which thank you, Field. Hey guys, my name's Khadroth, and today I'm going to be talking to you about our newest welfare coming with the Guda Guda event, Iyo. Now, Iyo is a fairly straightforward unit, so we don't have to talk too much about her, but she is a very good welfare. you're going to end up getting her from beating the Guda Guda event, and you're really not going to want to miss her for a couple of reasons. For starters, basically at this point in time, this event has not had a rerun, so understand that you'll be waiting for something like the Evocation Festival to be able to get your hands on her again at the current point in time. Now, what Iyo is and how she is so strong is the fact that she's going to be an AoE ruler welfare. She is an arts-centric unit, but that's not the entire reason for her strength. The reason that she is strong has to do with her power mod and her crit damage, on top of her general loop ability as a welfare. So this definitely makes her a very good tool for you to have in your Chaldea, regardless of who else you have. And it's actually an important point to make that for a couple of the 90++ nodes, Iyo has actually been a very good solution to those nodes. You're definitely going to want to get your hands on Iyo and level her up. It'll be the easiest to do this during the event, where she actually has a 2x efficiency on all embers that are used on her. That's definitely a nice thing to have, as she will level faster and easier. Also, if you wish to grail her, this would technically be the best time to do so. But again, the event does not start until the 2nd, so we're recording this a little bit early to get it out for you guys to help you prepare. Just understand that Iyo is going to be a unit that, again, everyone is going to want. Let's go ahead and show you her kit, though, and we'll talk about why it is that she's strong. So, to start off with, the attack stat here does not seem to be the best. This is sort of kind of par for the course for a lot of rulers. They're way more defensive units usually than offensive, but that's always going to be a little bit of a weird statement to make in a game where the meta is 100% offensive. So in that regard, the fact that she doesn't have 9k attack is not bad, especially given the fact that she is a ruler. But this is actually still pretty close to 9k, so I'm largely okay with this number. Especially when you consider the fact that ruler does get the 1.1 times modifier for that. We're okay. I think she'll definitely be fine in the way of damage output. Her HP value only being at about 11.7 here, it's actually not the strongest either, so she's a little bit more on the offensive side of the ruler scale, given the fact that she's a 4-star, where she's maybe not as robust defensively as most other rulers are. And you'll see that again as we kind of go through the kit. This will be a concern with her, but she will have the natural advantage of just being a ruler, so you're naturally going to soak half the damage basically that's thrown at her, unless you're facing an Avenger or again Space Airish or again a Berserker. She is Earth attribute. She has 99 star absorption, one less than the average for the class, and then basically 10.1 star generation, a little bit higher than the average. And again, a 0.41 NP charge attack rate here, which is okay. It's somewhat concerning. Our average is normally around about like 0.5, 0.55, somewhere in there. She's sitting at about 0.41, which is lower than you would expect. But do understand that the devs modify this number depending on how many, cards that you have of a given type, as well as the hit counts that are at play there on both that and the NP. So this is a calculation that the devs do basically to kind of bring her into line with wherever they want her to be. Her NP charge defense here is 3%. That is the standard. Her death rate is 24.5, which is pretty much close to average. And her alignment is lawful evil, interestingly enough. I will just, again, briefly mention that the alignment system in FGO is what the unit thinks of themselves, not how you perceive them. Her gender here is female, and she actually doesn't have a whole lot of traits, only having the costume-owning hominide, humanoid, sovereign, servant, and weak to enemy elish traits. So basically, female, humanoid, and sovereign are her best traits for you to exploit. Looking at her actual card deck here, you guys can see, again, she is an arts unit, so she has the double arts deck. That's going to help with forming triple arts chains if you're trying to make that happen, especially on the back end of an MP. but it's not got the triple arts deck like we maybe would have hoped, so that's definitely going to be a concern. The good news is the hit counts are all average in the case of Buster and Extra, or better in the case of Quick and Arts. So definitely the fact that we have 2 4-hit arts cards going to help out that lower NP gain number, and you can maybe see that that's partially why the devs wanted to kind of keep her in line. Still, the fact she does have the 2 quick cards here, at least going to be decent for star generation, something that an arts unit is probably going to want in this case, given how crit-centric Iyo can be. So taking a look at her first skill here, you guys can see now, she increases her own arts performance for 3 turns, so you've got that multi-turn duration that's really going to be nice. Again, it's only 30%, but this is pretty much all we can ask out of a 3-turn steroid in today's day and age. And she'll also increase her own damage against divinity enemies for 3 turns. It is a 50% power mod, so this is not only going to impact the NP, but it's also going to impact the carding as well. From there, it's going to inflict Curse with 1,000 damage for 5 turns to all enemies. Again, nothing too much here, but over the 5 turns, there you go, 5,000 free damage. And all of this on a relatively low cooldown at 6 if you manage to lure it. I will recommend probably taking this skill up to at least 9, if nothing else, just so you get the steroid relatively maxed out as well as the power mod there. Her second skill here is again going to be Dark Oracle. This is going to increase her own charge by 30%. Given the fact that she's a welfare and we will have servant coins kind of abounding for her, this 30% can be easily paired with the maxed out mana loading skill to bring her up to a nice even 50%. So that would allow you to start out with something like a 50% CE and have her kind of NP without any sort of external charging. Definitely a nice thing for her to have. The good news is this is detached from her actual 3-turn arts up, so we don't have to make a difficult choice about when to use it. We can just use it when we need it. Unfortunately, this is tied to a 1-turn duration crit buff that she has and star absorption. You guys can see she'll increase her own critical star absorption for 1 turn and the critical damage of her arts card as well. Basically of 500 at max rank for the absorption and 100 for the arts crit damage there. So if you do manage to land an arts crit with Iyo, you're going to be doing some serious damage. It looks like they took maybe a little bit of a idea from units like Scotty buffing quick crit damage quite a bit, and they maybe applied that to Iyo because it is specific to her arts card. So again, having the 3rd arts card here might have helped, given the fact that you would have more cards to crit with, but it may also be worse from the standpoint of having more arts cards means more star distribution spread out. So definitely it's something to be considered that she does have the absorption of 500 here, and that should be okay with her being a 99 star absorption unit. It's just not going to soak every star possible, but it still should be a relatively good one. Her 3rd skill here is going to increase the party's attack for 3 turns. Again, just a standard charisma buff in that regard. It's the nice even 20%. And it's going to increase the critical damage of wild beast allies for 3 turns of 50%. So this is going to be in addition to Iyo's already 100% crit damage. And you might be thinking, well, what do you mean by that? I'll talk about that here in a second. So this, on top of it, she is going to gain 10 crit stars. It'd be wise to utilize this in conjunction with the 2nd skill. But if you have other ways of manufacturing stars, or you just find that you don't really care too much and you'd rather have the charisma, it's perfectly okay to just pop this turn 1, irregardless of when you pop the 2nd skill. So again, another really nice skill here for her that's relatively straightforward. This one, though, on an even lower cooldown of only 5 turns. Now let's talk about her passives. So Iyo gets a just standard magic resistance B for some additional debuff resistance added. She gets territory creation B to improve those arts cards by 8%. That's not only going to be damage, that's also going to end up being NP gain and things like that. So definitely going to help offset, again, sort of that lackluster NP gain stat. She, interestingly enough, has a passive called Natural Limbs here. It's going to be really good for challenge content. This will grant her both debuff immunity to poison and burn, and it's actually very similar to what her sister Himiko has, since Himiko ends up having primitive body that is curse and poison immunity. So again, another really, really interesting thing there to see that she sort of shares her sister's passives, at least to a degree. Then her last one here is going to be a unique passive that increases her own quick performance by 5%. Definitely going to be nice for those 2 quick cards that she has. Increases the quick crit damage by an additional 10%. So again, there you go. And she will also grant herself the Wild Beast trait. So if you were remembering that she didn't have Wild Beast as a trait up here for her 3rd skill, she does from her passive instead. And so this is going to end up contributing to this 3rd skill that she has that gives basically crit damage of 50% to any Wild Beast ally. She herself will be considered to be a Wild Beast ally, so she will be the beneficiary of that. With regards to the appends, I do believe mana loading is probably going to be just one of your best choices out of the gate. Talking about future proofing here a little bit, obviously we have things like the 4th append is going to be really, really nice because it's extra crit damage for Iyo. Just understand that, again, more crit damage is really nice, but if you don't have the crit stars, you're not going to be doing a whole lot. Plus, if you're just looping and just firing off the NP and hoping to kill that way, you're not going to need the crit carding too much there either. Where it will be really nice is, again, in some of those nodes like the 90++, if you find that you just can't kind of get enough firepower into the comp to have her cleanly kill, then boom, all of a sudden you at least have the capability to crit harder. Her 5th append skill could be certainly useful in a challenge setting, but usually only in a shorter turn because of the fact that this skill is limited to just the first time that you activate the skills for the cooldowns. It is really, really nice to have, but ultimately it's up to you to determine if this is something that you really feel the need for on Iyo. I will throw in an honorable mention here to the 3rd append, as while it increases her own attack damage against foreigner enemies, we don't have really any synergy here with her being a ruler, but there is a little bit of extra from, if you remember, that divine power mod that she had, because there are quite a bit of divine foreigners out there, particularly the ones that you will be encountering as an enemy in the game. Now, again, there are obviously going to be various things that you might want to try and do. You do have a couple of moon cancers that would be right in that niche as well, but ultimately, at the end of the day, Iyo is going to be really, really nice in these sort of, how should I put it, like very specific scenarios where either she is neutral damage or she has that extra divine power mod on top. But otherwise, trying to find a time where she's actually effective against something like a moon cancer, it's definitely going to be rare. So you're going to be looking more at utilizing her in those neutral scenarios or against things like berserkers. Now, another interesting thing to denote is, again, she does have the extra attack finesse improvement. If you do find that you're going into that whole, like, critting and carding side of her a little bit more, then yes, this could be useful, but I don't feel like it's as useful as probably something like the 4th append later on down the line for her, so I'd probably hold off on it, at least for right now. Talking about her Noble Phantasm, she has a 4-hit AoE Arts NP. It's going to increase her own NP damage by 10% for 3 turns, activating first. So this will stack as you begin to loop, and this will mean that if you use someone like Oberon with her, you're going to get that extra boost from doubling up every source of NP damage. She's going to deal damage to all enemies, and then she's going to inflict an evil curse status to them for 3 turns, which is just going to increase their curse damage by 100%. Again, nothing too much to write home about. As you guys remember, she does have up to 5,000 curse damage from her first skill, but she does get a little bit more here from the overcharge effect for an additional 3-turn duration, basically, of 1,000 at the base overcharge amount. So, totally up to you if you want to try and lean more into the curse damage, but I'm going to tell you, there's not going to be a whole lot of firepower here, and if you really want to do curse memes, there are other better units for that. Now, with that in mind, let's go ahead and talk about refund numbers for Iyo. If you're utilizing her in a 2x Castoria setting, then obviously at that point we can kind of figure things out. We're going to assume it's going to be a 3 enemy wave that's going to be neutral enemies to her, so not something that she'd be effective against. But basically, you don't even need an overkill hit if you're just trying to reach a 50% breakpoint. She will basically end up refunding 56% instead at 0 hits of overkill. And then certainly if you were to try and get basically the max 12 out of 12 hits of overkill, you would instead be looking at something like 84% refund. So she's not going to be your full refunding unit, but your numbers should be anywhere in between most of those two. Again, you're looking somewhere on average in the 60 to 70% range there for her refund. If you are going up against 3 berserker enemies instead of 3 neutrals, then at that point, you're basically going to need at least the 3 hits of overkill. That should be 1 hit per each of the 3 enemies that will kill in order to get the 3 hits of overkill. At that point, then you would basically reach your 50% break even point for refund. So it's still a pretty doable number. She's not got the best refund out there for arts units, but it's also relatively static, so you don't have to worry too much about it, and she should be capable of even handling an odd structured node, just depending. So that's refund numbers. Now, with that in mind, we can kind of talk to you about basically craft essences that would work for Iyo. So with that in mind, something like Black Grail is obviously just going to end up being the best for her. Remember, there are lower rarity variants of this. You have things like Heaven's Feel, Angel's Song, Dragonkind. All of them can be useful, but the primary thing that you're going for here is the, obviously great scaling attack going over even 2k there, and then basically just the highest singular damage modifier from a craft essence in the game pretty much at this point at 80% NP damage. I say that there's technically Cs that can give 100% of things, but basically this is just going to be your most offensive craft essence in the game. So starting Iyo out from 0 with a Black Grail, especially if it's MLB, going to be a really good idea for her. If you find yourself in an odd structured node, or maybe just a scenario where you want to start her out from 50%, something like Ocean Flyer, it's an old welfare at this point, definitely going to be a good thing. If you can't get your hands on it, or it's just for some reason you never managed to get your hands on it in the first place, do understand JP now has the ability to buy old craft essences. You can't buy Ocean Flyer, but you can buy something like Holy Night Supper. That would also be a decent replacement for something like this. And Holy Night Supper also has crit damage on it. That'll definitely end up helping. If for some odd reason you manage to have something like Royal Icing and you're just maybe a little bit unsure about the refund number just ever so slightly, you do have it. It is a welfare CE. It can provide 15% arts up, and it's all attack scaling. So again, it's another option for starting out from 0 that's not as strong as Black Grail, but does give a little bit more refund. If you need even more than this, something like Sign of a Smiling Face could definitely be a good one, or the CE that was just on the first summer banner, I believe, for JP. Either one of those should be a pretty adequate one. And then again, Iyo doesn't end up having anything like Invuln Pierce in her kit, so having something like Honey Lake or any other Invuln Pierce CE can definitely be solid. It does obviously scale all the way up. It is difficult to get your hands on the CE nowadays, but having something that ignores invincibility and grants burn status power mod when all you have to do in order to be able to take advantage of it is throw burn command codes on the unit. There you go. It's a really, really powerful craft essence in the right hands. And then there is one other honorable mention here, and that's going to be the Method to Walk on the Stars. This comes from the Wangina event. It is an old welfare CE as well at this point. You're guaranteed it, basically, but it is sort of like Honey Lake, but instead more of a, how should I put this, in between. So it is all attack scaling. It does grant power mod against curse afflicted enemies, which Iyo does have in her kit, but it's only 25% at MLB as opposed to Honey Lake's 40%. The upside is you get to start battle at 50% gauge, so if you needed another in-between sort of 50% C, this would be another decent option for you. But either way, it's already come and gone on JP, and it's still yet to come on NA, so if you want to wait on it, it still can be a decent option for you. Now, with all of that in mind, let's go ahead and talk about Iyo's charge scenarios. So we had already kind of mentioned to you guys the refund numbers. So on the screen, you guys can see Iyo basically against 3 times neutral enemies in some of the various scenarios that can work for her. Basically, you could start Iyo out here with nothing of her own, not even her mana loading append. Do a double Castoria setup. Basically, rotate one of the Castorias for an Oberon, throw in his 20% there, and then fire off the NP. You're going to get a little bit more damage that way in the opening wave. Io's going to refund 51%. Then basically utilize the other Castoria 20% right there. You're now at 70%. Utilize Io's charge, fire off the NP a second time. From there, you'll refund about 63% against neutral enemies, and basically just go ahead to utilize Oberon's second and third skill to bring it all to an end and have Iyo fire off the NP one final time. You could also mix in something like basically Proto Merlin instead, aka Lady Avalon. Basically the same exact sort of setup, except we are going to go ahead and start out with the 20% append here. And again, you guys could see instead of rotating basically for Oberon, we're going to be rotating for Proto Merlin, getting her arts buff up, but not utilizing her charge skill. So if you do it that way, bam, you're at 100% with the double Castorias, leaving the remaining 20% out there from the second Castoria. Fire off the NP the first time. At that point, go ahead, utilize both the Castoria and the Lady Avalon's 20% there. That should bring you up to 40% and then 100% basically in addition to the refund you had just gotten. Fire off the NP one more time, and then you're going to be refunding 76% at that point, which Iyo's charge skill can easily handle. So that's how you're going to complete it with something like Proto Merlin. And then if you want to utilize her in some sort of like, say, just two support casters, but maybe something like Fragment of 2004 for your Mystic Code instead of a plug suit, this can also be done. Start her out with the append, same sort of setup with the Castoria charges there, but we are going to be utilizing something like Sign of a Smiling Face here. This is a craft essence that we're maybe going to be utilizing for a little bit of extra NP gain, just to make sure that she has enough. And remember, you might get more, overkill hits. There are some tricks you can do to do that, like pre-carding the enemy. Just don't kill them if you do that, otherwise you'll deprive yourself. And from there, she's going to end up refunding as long as you utilize the third skill on the Mystic Code there, basically to 81%. Should be enough for the remaining Castoria 20% there, basically refunding her to 73% on the next wave, and then enough for Iyo's charge skill. So again, that's going to be how the charges break down. Now let's talk to you guys about Iyo's neutral damage numbers. So again, these are Iyo's numbers sort of in a vacuum. These do not include things like sort of supports or craft essences or mystic codes coming into play. It's just Iyo with her own buffs against a neutral enemy. Now, given the fact that Iyo is a welfare, we can pretty much just stare right at the NP5 number unless you guys mess up and don't get all 5 of her copies. Please make sure you do so. And you can see definitely going to allow her to do okay damage here. The 50% power mod from the Divine right there is definitely coming into play, as it's, again, increasing by almost exactly that amount. So you can see you do have quite a bit of damage that can be done here, as these are very respectable neutral numbers. So now let's go ahead and look at her in an actual composition. These are still neutral numbers, but it's going to be Iyo actually with sort of support casters, plug suit, Black Grail all added in for the damage purposes. And you can see this is how the damage is going to end up shaking out. Essentially, wave 1 and wave 2, not going to be the most robust, but still should be capable of killing just about anything in them, short of it being maybe some really weirdly structured 90++ node. And then wave 3, especially with Oberon in there, boosting that damage number, plus all of those extra NP damage ups that Iyo gave herself for the first 2 turns there. Definitely adding into the amount of damage she does here, as that's going to be a 422,000 there neutral damage. So add in the Divine Power mod here of an extra 50%, and yeah, you were doing some really, really nice numbers now. So definitely, you guys can see this is why Iyo is strong. She just kind of pulls in good numbers without a whole lot of effort on your part. You're just going to set up a double Castoria with an Oberon and just kind of go to town. Now, we can compare her to, interestingly enough, some newer units that are yet to come out. Iyo is actually kind of one of our first arts looping AoE rulers in that regard. So we do have a couple more still to come. For instance, we already had young Moriarty, who basically was a thing before Iyo, but he ends up getting a buff afterwards. So let's go ahead and instead first look at Summer Mellison. So Summer Mellison, basically in the exact same setup, essentially is not going to out damage Iyo in terms of raw numbers. But you can see she does have anti-chaotic, anti-earth, and the combination of the two, where essentially if she can get either earth or chaotic and earth, she'll outscale Iyo pound for pound. So it's definitely something that's good for someone like Summer Mellison, as she's going to be able to do quite a bit of significant damage there. And at MP2, the numbers go up quite a bit more, and you can see she'll begin to really beat Iyo at that second copy. For somebody like Moriarty now, at this point, he has had his buff, and you guys can see his damage there is actually pretty darn close to Iyo here, essentially with her being at 422 and then 472 for Divine. He's basically at 420 and then essentially 453 if evil, 630 if good, and if you manage to NP against them multiple times and set them to evil, all of a sudden his damage numbers just get disgustingly good. So yeah, we do have a lot of scalability now for Moriarty at this point, as he got a much needed upgrade. Interestingly enough, even a unit like Karen gonna still lose basically to Iyo just at that first copy without any sort of niche in play. But do keep in mind that anti-chaotic sort of her jam, and if she does have that super effective modifier there, really doing a ton of work for her at that point. And honestly, the second you get to NP2, you guys can see this is kind of the trend. Your 5-stars start to outperform your welfares at that second copy, which is honestly, I think, relatively good game design. And just for one other comparison here, another welfare that's kind of come along over the years, Ranmaru, who basically came out last year at that Guda Guda. Essentially, Ranmaru gonna get out damaged by someone like Iyo, but not terribly so. The big thing is gonna be Iyo having that divine niche that just sort of allows her to pull ahead. But either way, again, she is still going to be a fairly solid unit with everything in her kit. So let me know what you guys think about Iyo. Where have you found her to be useful if you've played with her already on JP? And again, will you guys be rolling this upcoming Guda Guda banner, or are you saving for something later in the year? Thank you guys for watching. I will see you guys for the next one. Have a good one. All right. Yeah, what did I fuck up? Okay, that's Iyo down. Let's pull open Tea Lady. Tea Lady, me gotta study a little bit more, because Tea Lady, as chat, if you guys were there for the live stream the other day, I flubbed up. I thought Iyo was a 50% charger, and I absolutely misremembered. So I'm gonna do my due diligence right now, and I'm gonna take one quick gander to remind myself of her kit. Yeah, that's okay. That's why I got so confused. This is a targeted skill. Yeah. Now I know why in my brain I was thinking it was like Morgan Le Fay's targeted 20%. Yeah, this is disgusting. This is actually a disgusting skill when you start to think about it. I like the combo of charge plus overcharge. Yeah, so the reason I don't like it in her case is because the overcharge is just super effective man, right? A scenario in which it works is Kama, because Kama has basically, well, it's not her charge, but Kama ends up having her overcharge basically, and you just go ahead and you activate it right away because her overcharge effect is something that is a 3-turn duration, so it just makes her stronger over the course of a 3-turn. So you're okay with it in that regard. But yeah, I can see why like they would have had a tough time like trying to make this sort of thing kind of work. Sabi Wabi. Yep. Yep. Yeah, good old Berserker third append. Okay. That's right. There's a lot here that's good. Okay. Wait, what's Berserker neutral against at this point? Shielder and the Beasts? I think that's it, right? Hold on. Yeah. You would need it on at least one of them, which you probably are going to get it on the first one, so it'd probably be like that. And then that. Okay. I mean, 1.0 refunding enemies. Yeah. I'm just sitting there thinking, because the thought had occurred that, like, okay, but is it actually, like, neutral damage ever? And I was sitting there going, like, Yeah, I mean, your neutral refunders are basically your night classes and some of the extras. I don't keep track of the extras in my head because they're a little bit wonky in that regard. Most extras, basically. Yeah, that's. It's like, I know it's most. Ask me which ones aren't. And I'm like, I don't remember. Okay. I see. Wait, Avalon, is that the New Year's Mystic code? Yeah, okay. Okay, yeah, you did exactly what I just did on screen. That's fucking hilarious. I tried the quick focused ones, but they lacked a bit. Don't we have a quick one with 10%? Oh, we did. Am I blind? Dumb? Deaf? Something? Yeah, I mean, I get it. You got to use the party NP gen. Wait, couldn't you use the Babylonia one as well then? Yeah. Well, no, you couldn't. Because they paired that. I hate that they paired that. That is such a stupid pairing. Hey, this one, I gotta be good for this one, chat. All right. I'm going to recommend a lot less. Okay. Yeah. Such a good song. I shouldn't be mocking it like that. Okay. Also, let me make sure I take a deep swig here. Ah. Near music always top tier. It do be. Ooh. Hold on. Let me look at one more thing. When's her next? By the way, was Iyo in the Evocation Festival? I don't think she is yet, is she? I had the thought of mentioning that, and then I was like, wait, I don't think she is. I better not say it. Okay, I'm glad I didn't say it then. I was like, I don't think she's in it yet. Okay, lucky bag. So it's basically the next Guda. Which is the next Guda exactly. Wait, December? Was Guda that late the last year? Huh. Okay. It's the fourth banner, yeah. I just didn't remember like it being that late in the year. Which, who knows? We'll have to see how they handle it this time around, because like I get the feeling JP is going to be like, with how much they're stalling out this summer and ordeal call combo. I get the feeling their schedule's like blocked out and there's not a whole lot they can fit in. Like, apparently we're getting another event over the top of this, but like, this is going to cause problems, I feel like. Okay. Hey guys, my name's Khadroth, and today I'm going to be talking to you about Sen no Rikyu, aka our tea servant lady. So, Tea Zerker here is basically a really interesting unit as she comes into the game. Essentially, she's going to be a limited unit with the Guda Guda event this year, Shin Yamatai Koku, and please understand that she is not going to have a ton of banners. That is to say, her next banner is not until all the way next year with next year's Guda Guda event. So we don't really know if she'll be getting a ton of banners over time here. I think you can expect as a limited Guda Guda event that she will have opportunities, but don't expect her to get a lot. And there's a reason I'm mentioning this, because a lot of people are probably going to take one look at Sen and go, not interested. Hear me out on this. Sen is a surprisingly good unit. A lot of people won't talk that much about her because they either didn't roll her or don't use her. But the reality of this situation is it's going to come down to sort of a like macro type situation of whether or not you believe that Quick will be useful to you and be potentially, extrapolated on and embellished over time by the devs even more. That is to say, Quick in and of itself as a system for farming, not doing too hot at the moment. And that is primarily what someone like Sen might be used for. However, we can certainly look to challenge applications for her. So, who is Sen no Rikyu, or rather, what does she do? She is an AoE Quick Berserker. And on top of that, she is a Black Grail Looper. So that's one of the reasons you should be paying attention here, that you should realize that, hey, she might be worth your attention. She is, again, not going to be somebody that's necessarily going to be the best Berserker in the game. She's not going to necessarily beat your, NP5 Summer Ibuki or anything like that. She doesn't really have to. She's going to be good in her own right. And if you're someone like me, I firmly believe in developing all of the card types in your account. So it's kind of me trying to do my best job to stump for one of the best AoE Quick Berserkers out there. And you guys are going to kind of see that. So again, you're not going to have a whole lot of opportunities to roll for her. And if they ever do end up fixing Quick and kind of bringing it more up to speed with some of the other card types for farming capability, then Sen's going to be a really, really powerful unit for stuff like that. So she's a unit that you'll, at minimum, even if you don't roll her here, want to keep your eye on. Now, let's go ahead and let's talk about Sen's stats, her kit, everything that you guys need to know about her and things that you should consider. So like we already mentioned, she's a limited 5-star AoE Berserker. She has 12.4k attacks. So we're already way up there in terms of the attack power. Not quite at the ludicrous 13k numbers, but hey, we can get there with foes. And HP value here, a little bit more on the anemic side, almost down at 4-star numbers. Definitely a concern, but at least she has some hard survivability baked into her kit. So not the craziest thing for her to have. Her attribute here is Man. Her star absorption is, well, let's just say atrocious, because that's how Berserkers are. And her star generation here is also not the greatest either, even though she is a quick unit. She has a 0.7 NP charge attack rate, though, which is actually quite nice. This is definitely above average, though a lot of Berserkers actually do have higher than her, and that's just due to the fact that they are, Unga Boonga Buster card users that don't have very many cards that can even generate Noble Phantasm with. So for a unit like Sen, you're definitely going to notice that she is going to be very refund based, and that's going to be not only a good thing about her, but also a potential weakness for her depending on the situation that you find yourself in. Her NP charge defense here is the 5% that Berserkers seem to have, and the 45.5% death rate is something you're really going to want to pay attention to. Don't take her into a challenge scenario where there is death at play. She will get death procced. Her chaotic and evil alignments are going to be quite interesting, as this will give her some synergy with units like Dolmen. And she does have the female gender as well as hominide servant, humanoid trait, levitating servant, normal servant, seven night servant, that's the beast umu trait, and weak to intimate elish trait there. It's not a whole lot of traits really to exploit, and you can see already one of the rather interesting aspects to her kit. Now, most Berserkers have a triple buster deck. She, however, has a triple quick deck, almost like an assassin would, but this is very much to her advantage. If we were to lament the fact that she has 3 quick cards here, we can certainly find stuff in her kit to at least kind of give her that reason for having it. This is all still with a 5 hit count on it as well, so her quick card is going to be doing some fairly solid work for you. Her other hit counts on her cards are all average, so nothing too much to be concerned there with. We maybe would have liked to have seen a second Buster card, especially utilizing her with someone like Summer Scotty, but hey, it is what it is, and just having more quick cards, I think you'll see why you're going to like that here in a minute. Let's go ahead and let's talk now about the actual kit, the actual skills. So she's going to increase the party's quick performance and NP generation by 20% each. This is not a very powerful steroid for herself, but remember she has high attack power, and honestly, she's not going to need too much of it here in order to be able to put out good numbers. The NP generation, though, being for the party, does give her some use in a multi-damage dealer type of setup. Remember that she can kind of work not only as your devoted farming unit, but also now as another cog in the machine due to the fact that she has party-wide buffs here. She's also got a crit star bomb attached to the skill of up to 15 stars, so definitely not too shabby, especially if you need to crit down, say, an opening wave of a loop or a multi-damage dealer setup. All this on a 6-turn cooldown. At least it's not a long cooldown there. Her second skill is an interesting one. This is actually going to be her charge skill, so you're definitely going to want to make sure that you lure it. It is going to be a 30% charge, not the most robust of charge skills out there, but it's going to be enough for someone like Sen in most scenarios. She will overcharge the target's NP by 2 stages 1 time for 3 turns, and grant them invincibility for 1 attack 3 turns. That's right, this is a targeted skill. So you can utilize this not only on Sen, but also on somebody else, another damage dealer, or heck, maybe your support if you're trying to keep them alive to help keep everybody else alive. So interesting to see that this is a flexible skill, kind of like Nero Bride or Morgan Le Fay might have in their kits. So really a strong capability here, and this is going to be, even though it's only the 1 attack, at least a hard survival skill for her. Also, the 2 stages for 1 time on the overcharge, definitely going to be nice depending on the unit that you're utilizing that on. All of that on a 6-turn cooldown. The third skill here is where you're going to be really happy you have 3 quick cards. So she's going to increase her own critical damage for 3 turns by 50%, just right off the rip, like that. She's then going to increase her own critical damage of her quick cards specifically for 3 turns by an additional 50%. So there you go. If you were utilizing your quick cards on Sen, you will have 100% crit damage, irregardless of Scotty's coming into play and their buffs. So really, it's going to be super nice to have all of this crit stacking going on, not only with Summer Scotty with her Buster crit, but also OG Scotty with her quick crit can definitely really synergize well with a unit like Sen. And you're going to see as well when we get to the calculations for her refund, Sen's going to be one of those units that can really utilize a triple Scotty setup quite well since she's so refund based. Now, there is another portion to the skill that's also going to make you happy about the quick card here. She's going to grant herself a debuff on attack buff for 3 turns. What does this mean? Anytime that she uses her quick cards, it will activate first and lower the target's defense by 10% for 3 turns. So really, really a strong skill here, as you're going to get the ability to not only use this to stack defense down, say, ahead of an NP, if you want to maybe pre-card, but also potentially card after the NP and make everything more vulnerable for a follow-up NP. So it's totally up to you. You can choose whether or not to post-card the NP for more refund or pre-card the NP for more damage. Again, either one is an option for you, so this is another really flexible skill. It reminds me a lot of Hokusai's skill with how she kind of has a similar effect. Now, we get to her passive skills here. You guys can see she has a unique variant of Madness Enhancement EX. It's Buster Up of 10% instead of the 12, but an increase to her own critical damage by 5%, which is not unique to the Buster card and can be applied to literally everything there. So sort of like a independent action buff type there. And then she also gets her own unique form of territory creation here. That's A rank. Increase her own arts performance by 8%. And then increase her own mental debuff resistance by 20%. So definitely going to be a nice thing to have in some challenge environments where you know you've got a particularly debilitative and or like charm or, terror locking type of enemy that you're going to be going up against. Then she has another unique sort of debuff resistance here. It says it's A rank, but it's only debuff success rate instead. Again, definitely a nice thing to have, but nothing too crazy in that regard. Just going to help out with some of those defense downs. Then she also has Unfettered and Flexible here. That's going to increase her own NP generation rate of her quick cards by 10%. So you can see just about everything in Sin's kit is really leaning on those quick cards. So again, having the triple quick deck, not going to be a problem for her. It's actually going to be to her advantage at this point in time. Talking about her appends, I highly recommend the mana loading append. She has a 30% charge skill, if y'all will remember. So that is naturally going to pair very nicely with a maxed out mana loading. Again, you can start from a 50% standpoint with no real external support. Or again, it's just going to be something that's going to allow you to sort of synergize nicely with the 30% charge from starting from 0. So that is obviously an option. The third append, especially on Berserkers, I don't really recommend. It's not very much worth your coins. It's the easy odd man out. The fourth append on her, certainly very nice for the extra crit damage. She already has a ton in her kit, so definitely something that I would probably consider. The fifth append for the skill reloading could be okay, but only if you're going to be utilizing her more in that challenge environment, and really only for the first cooldown of that skill. The first skill here, though, being the extra attack finesse. If you find yourself forming, triple quick brave chains, definitely something where this might allow you to pop off a little bit better. More star gen, more NP gen. And again, extra damage for using 3 of a kind of the same card type. So really, really a okay option there, too, for your appends. Looking at her Noble Phantasm, it is a 6-hit AoE quick NP. It's going to deal damage to all enemies and then seal their NP for 1 turn. This is going to be almost akin to Musashi Berserker looping against Saber enemies, where not necessarily in terms of the super effective modifier for damage, but at least in terms of the ability to lock them down and continuously NP seal them to make it so that she basically doesn't get NP'd against. As long as Sin is operating and NPing, the enemy is going to have a hard time getting to their NP. So it's a really, really strong capability here, especially for something like challenge content. She does inflict curse damage of 1,000 to them, but this is after the damage of her NP, so not really going to make the curse craft essence necessarily a recommendation for her, though you could obviously work that in if you manage to have curse command codes. Her overcharge effect is that she will deal super effective damage to enemies with the man attribute. And this is going to be really nice, especially when you consider that she has a 2 ranks of targeted overcharge on her own charge skill. So you're going to be looking at basically 175% super effective modifier instead of just the normal 150. Again, really good. Obviously, this is meant to help kind of counteract things like a Koyanskaya setup where Koyanskaya is always bringing the man trait. So this will be a really, really nice niche for her, especially in the quick systems that maybe don't have something like that sort of power mod flying around at all times. So again, a really, really nice NP here with everything that is capable of doing. Now, with that in mind, let's go ahead and talk some refund numbers for Sen. So if we are going to be utilizing Sen with 2 Scotties, basically, against 3 neutral enemies. Now, just to be clear here again, because this got pointed out to me even before I started recording, that if we are talking a berserker here, when we say neutral, we don't mean enemies that you're dealing neutral damage to. We mean neutral refund enemies. That is to say, your knight classes and a lot of your extra classes usually have a 1.0 modifier for their refund against them, rather than say something like casters that has a 1.2 modifier. So casters wouldn't be considered neutral, your knight classes would be. So in that sort of scenario, with 2 times Scotties against 3 neutral enemies, we are going to be basically looking at a 50% breakpoint of only being reachable at 8 out of 18 overkill hits. What does that mean? That means you're going to end up needing basically 2 to 3 overkill hits against each enemy out of a potential 6. Not the best scenario, as this does mean that we kind of need to kill with, honestly, basically a small portion of the damage in order for that to work. However, it is possible, particularly against an opening wave, and do keep in mind that you don't necessarily have to hit the 50% breakpoint with Sen, since she does have a charge skill, and you do have multiple support units that can help you out there. So it's not the end of the world, but it is something you guys are going to want to be cognizant of and watch out for whenever you're using someone like Sen. If you're utilizing, however, 3 Scotties, so again, a triple Scotty setup, now you're going to be looking a little bit more at reaching the break-even point in as little as 0 hits of overkill. So, this is the difference in a unit that is primarily refund-based versus charge-based. Sen's going to benefit a lot more from that 3rd Scotty for refund, but certainly not as much for things like damage as you would with someone like Oberon as the 3rd support. So it will make refunding easier, but it definitely will not necessarily be the best. It just is going to depend on what you're up against. If we've got 3 Scotties against 3 assassins at that point, basically your supports versus your target, we're going to be looking at essentially you needing 4 out of 18 hits of overkill to reach that 50% break even point. If we are dealing with 3 Scotties against 3 berserkers, then we're going to be looking at basically hitting 9 out of 18 hits of overkill to reach that 49%, aka right on the cusp there, that 50% break even point. Because again, the 49% will round up should you get it to 99%. But yeah, you're looking at needing to basically kill with basically half the hits of DNP. So definitely not the best type of scenario. If you're utilizing 2 times Summer Scotties with something like Oberon, then 3 times Assassins, you'd need 12 out of 18 hits. That's going to be really difficult to do in order to reach the breakpoint. And if you're same scenario, but now instead against Berserkers, you would need literally 18 out of 18 hits in order to get that rounding in your favor. So again, not the best scenario. Watch out for using Sen, especially with just a double Summer Scotty setup against things like Assassins and Berserkers. You're in for a rough road if you do that. Now, with that in mind, let's go ahead and let's talk about craft essences. Obviously, like we said, she can do it from 0, so Black Grail is going to be the recommendation, especially if you have Oberon, but especially even more if you don't have Oberon. You're going to need all the damage you can get out of Sen. So at that point, trying to utilize one of the game's best damage-dealing craft essences obviously going to be fantastic for her. There are numerous other CEs that you guys can work with, starting from a 0% standpoint, including one of the old Valentine CEs that stars Kama. If chat can remind me what the name of it is. But basically, it also will have quick up and NP gain. So if you need a little bit more NP generation, that can definitely be another decent one in there. And then if you do manage to find yourself in a scenario, chocolate heaven, thank you, chat. Basically, where you end up needing, 50% starting charge, you maybe are utilizing her in a multi-damage dealer type of setup, or you're just trying to kind of get away with less because maybe the node is oddly structured and Quick doesn't handle that very well, especially a refund unit like Sen. Something like Holy Night Supper is going to be a really, really good one for her. It's, again, additional NP damage, crit damage up of 15%, and starting charge of 50%. NA, if you don't have this at this point, you've missed it for a little while, but JP, this has now come back and is purchasable in the shop. If you don't have something like this on NA, any number of your 50% starting charge craft essences from like welfares from events can definitely work for you, so it doesn't have to be something like this. And then, honestly, because again, we don't have anything like Invuln Pierce or any sort of stuff like that, any Invuln Pierce can work, but Honey Lake is sort of the go-to recommendation, as it does give 40% extra power mod for enemies with the burn status. Sin doesn't have burn in her kit, but you can equip command codes to make something like this work for her. So, totally up to you if you determine that that is going to be your best case scenario. All right, so now let's go ahead and let's talk about charge with Sen and actually utilizing her in a comp. So Sen has numerous comps that we need to kind of talk about here. But again, you guys can see a lot of this just has to do with the various charge states that you will find her in. So this is against 3 neutral enemies, and we're going to be utilizing Triple Scotty here. You guys can see, start out with her maxed out mana loading. Basically charge her up to full right there. Sorry, charge her up to 30%. That's going to bring you to 50. Utilize one of the Scotty's 50%, rotate, bring in the other Scotty. At that point, your refund with the triple quick buffs on from the Scotties going to be 53%. From there, you're going to go ahead, fire off another 50% charge from the other Summer Scotty. That should bring you up to 100%. Hit the NP one more time there, and then you're going to refund 53% again, use the last Scotty's charge as well as her defense down there, and boom, wave 3 is going to deal you quite a bit of damage, and that's going to be how you're going to complete it against a neutral sort of refund scenario. Against Berserkers, this gets a little bit spicier. You do require those 9 out of 18 overkill hits, but it is exactly the same charge setup. You can just see the difference here in the refund. Instead of being 53%, you're now at 49% where you require refund, rather than the first comp where you required no overkill hits at all. In the second composition here, this one's going to be the same scenario against neutral enemies, but we're going to be utilizing Oberon. So we need 8 out of 18 overkill hits in wave 2, basically, for that. And so you guys can see, same sort of charge setup to begin with the append and the Sendo Rikyu charge, and then basically one of the Scotties. And then from there, you're going to refund 44%. You're going to go ahead and utilize, again, something like a Summer Scotty there with Oberon to bring her up to full. And hopefully at that point you get to 50%. I'm going to tell you, you're probably more likely to hit this instead of in wave 2 on wave 1, where you probably will have lower health enemies. But it's totally up to you to determine. Again, it may be something where you actually need Oberon's 20% extra NP damage in order to make something like that work. So it just depends on the enemies that you're facing, the sort of health values of the node, as to whether or not you can hit these overkill hits, but it should certainly be a thing. Again, this is going to be the same scenario, basically, but now instead you get it in wave 1. And you guys can see in that regard, all you're doing is sort of inverting the charge, where basically now you know you don't need Oberon's 20% in the earlier wave. And so instead, you're just going to save it basically for wave 3, where you don't refund as much. Then we also have another composition here where potentially we are going to be utilizing not a plug suit type setup. You're going to be just using double Summer Scotty, a 50% starting charge CE with the append and Sendo Rikyu's 30% charge, bringing you up to full. And you're going to use the New Year's Mystic code. And how this one's going to work is you're going to use the first skill there that actually gives NP gain. From there, that's going to allow you to refund 51% off the first turn. Utilize a Summer Scotty charge skill to bring her up to full, fire off the second NP. Basically, you're going to only refund 44% on that next one. Utilize another Summer Scotty charge skill to bring you up to 94%. And then utilize the Mystic Code's 10% charge to bring you to full. And that'll be how you easily complete that. So now Rikyu is also then in this final scenario here going to be utilizing something like Chocolate Heaven. That is to say a craft essence where you have a little bit more extra NP gain on it. Again, that could be really nice. Something like Traces of Christmas could work as well for a 50% CE. Either one of those should allow you a little bit extra quick up and NP gain up. And the whole reason that we would want to do that is because this is getting rid of the requirement now for, again, overkill hits for refund purposes. So you can utilize her with something like Black Grail or really any craft essence for that matter. But if you find you're trying to work in an Oberon, maybe be a little bit more cognizant of your overkill numbers and how much refund you're actually getting against the enemies. Okay, so let's go ahead and talk about Rikyu's damage numbers. Now remember, these are in a vacuum. You're not going to be getting nearly as much damage on a result like this, because this is just neutral damage numbers, which Berserkers are almost never neutral. And this is still going to be with no support casters, no craft essences, nothing else externally added. But still, you guys can see NP1 numbers looking a little rough there, just normally for flat damage. But the second you get that man super effective modifier in there, Sendo Rikyu is just going to be popping off. So she's going to have some really, really solid damage. And then naturally, the higher the NP levels go, the stronger she is going to end up being in both of these scenarios. Now, with that, basically what you guys need to understand here is that we do have more scenarios with essentially her in an actual composition. And from there, we basically are going to have double Summer Scotty Oberon, a level 100 Black Grail. It's going to be your best case damage scenario, not necessarily your best case refund. So please understand that may just be the case of you have it or you don't. But the second one down here is going to be triple Scotty set up with the 2x Summer Scotties and a normal Scotty. So you can see the first one's got to have a lot more damage wave 3, but not nearly as much for the first two waves. The second one with the triple Scotty is going to have a little bit more damage in the first two waves, but not nearly as much for wave 3. So it is an interesting trade-off, but you can see, again, very respectable numbers here as these are still neutral. Essentially, when you start combining in the man, and the second you start getting to NP2 here, we start getting very, very strong in terms of damage output, regardless of the composition. Now, anti-man damage is basically going to be bigger in wave 1, just due to the fact that her 30% charge has the 2x overcharge damage as well, so something we just wanted to add in there. So if you see the little peculiarity here of it spiking here in wave 1 and then going back down for wave 2, that's why. And then essentially this does include her 10% defense down when using the quick card for the 10% defense down, as the NP will also count for that. Something I did not mention before, and definitely something that you guys should obviously know, that if you're going to be looping against the same target over and over again, you're going to be able to stack that. You're going to be able to get even more. And, obviously just getting the one stack alone will help out the damage number. So it is included in the calculations. And again, you could technically use 2 quick cards to boost the damage even more, but that is not reflected here. So now, in comparison, we have Gajuna, basically, just to kind of showcase here. So again, here's Sen's numbers, basically with an Oberon. Here she is without, so you're looking at 294 versus 231. Essentially, you're looking at 287 for Gajuna. But if we have man trait, he's going to be doing 337. Again, Koyan Sky is going to be conferring that to all the Buster units. Thing is, she's going to win in man trait. That super effective modifier really showing through at how strong it is. However, that is not the only Buster unit that has man trait, as we have Morgan Le Fay here for comparison with 2x Koyanskaya, level 100 cranking, and a Neo plug suit. So NP1 numbers here, definitely not as strong as Sin's. And then obviously you had the Fey niche and the Knight of the Round niche. But the man attribute here being super effective for her and power mod for Koyanskaya. Yeah, Morgan Le Fay gonna win outright against that man trait. That's just going to be something that's going to be really a tough pill for Sen to swallow. Hopefully Sen maybe gets some sort of upgrade with that in mind in the future. But honest to God, at this point, it's not like Sen's unusable or anything like that. You're just probably going to have a lot of people that have someone like Morgan Le Fay. And then comparing to Summer Musashi, remember she has had an NP interlude and her numbers are quite disgusting, particularly against Saber enemies. So yeah, a Summer Musashi is doing solid work, though again, another refund based unit, and she doesn't have charge like Sen does. And then Summer Ibuki here, basically less than Musashi, but essentially even less than Sendo Rikyu in the Oberon version, not necessarily the Scotty version, but quite significantly stronger here in terms of dealing damage if you're up against super effective Earth niche for her. So again, quite a bit of damage capability for someone like Sendo Rikyu. So in summation, Sendo Rikyu is going to be a very refund-centric unit. You're going to care about the number of enemies in a node for her, something you need to really be cautious of. But again, if they buff quick, especially somewhere in line in the future, Sen's going to be quite a bit of a monster. She's going to be your 5-star Lancelot Berserker to a large degree. And she's got a whole bunch more crit power here, basically, and other nice things in her kit to really help her succeed. So let me know what you guys think about Sen. Will you be rolling for her, and which ascension stage is best? I will leave that up to you. And again, I'll be curious to hear you guys' thoughts. Thank you guys for watching. I will see you guys for the next one. Have a good one. Okay. Yeah, I totally forgot about the defense down applying. That's like, this has been a thing even recently, and I totally forgot about it. At least I got it into the video, but like, oh man. We just hope they fix Quick. Yeah, I mean, I don't want to make it sound like Quick's unusable, but like, it is at the point where Quick just does not have nearly the capability that some of the other card types have. When we're talking farming considerations. For challenge content, it's still fairly good, and it does at least have some support for farming. It's just not got that capability of like starting from 0 that a lot of the others have the majority of the time. Though Sen is a unit that's going to be capable of stuff like that. Mr. Impossible meme? I see. I mean, yeah, that's that is like, so where that comes from is Japanese stuff, because again, that's all like crap from like The Ring and everything like that, if you remember. So yeah, that like that, you know, VHS horror vibe that they're trying to give you. Okay, chat. Now for the last one. How do I sell you guys on Keisuke? How do I do this for you? You don't. I don't. I'm gonna have a breakdown. I hate to do this. Wait, which one is he in Gintama? Also, Chattarelli has gone AWOL. He's good for Grail fronts? He's a difficult unit. Here, chat, I'll just show you guys that. He's a decent support in general, though, right? Have you looked at the kit? Like, I mean, he's stronger than David. Not by a lot. Ah! You're reaching here? I honest to God, like, yeah, he's limited. Is he with Sin on the other banner? No, he's not. Oh, that's funny. So he's with Merlin. That's... Holy shit, that is such a raw deal for him. Because, like, Merlin is just him, but way better. Like... I don't know how I'm gonna sell you guys on this. This might be a rage video. This might be a CAD rant video. I finally figured out what he's really good for, tower offense. Oh, come on. Don't do him like that. Dad, just play his NP animation a few times. Wait. Okay, you want me to? You want me to get copy struck? Oh my god, it's so loud. It's beautiful. It's beautiful, but I don't know that I care. That's his selling. Okay. Hey guys, I'm Khadroth, and today we're going to be going over Yamanami Keisuke. So, Keisuke is going to be our newest addition to the Shinsengumi roster of the Guda Guda event here, upcoming on NA. He's another limited 4-star unit. This is not going to be a long video. For numerous reasons. Normally, my unit analysis videos, I do a lot of deep dives with you guys. We go over the entire kit. I end up talking to you guys about refund numbers if they have an offensive NP. I end up talking to you guys about damage comparisons. Keisuke's not going to have that. Now, that's not his fault. Keisuke just ends up being a support. But the issue at play here with Keisuke is going to be the fact that he doesn't really have a whole lot to talk about. So, let me kind of do my best to sell you on Keisuke. I hate to say it, but one of Keisuke's best selling points is actually his artwork here. He does have very well done art. On top of that, he's not necessarily going to be the best support for his given role, and I think that's something that's going to kind of be an issue for him. A lot of people liked his character from prior Guda Guda events, or again, just found him generally attractive. But as it stands as a 4-star, I firmly believe that Keisuke is just in dire need of a buff. My biggest issues with him, and we'll kind of talk about it in the end, is just that his kit doesn't do enough to really warrant you taking him a lot of the time. What do I mean by that? Well, let's go ahead and kind of talk about that. But before we do, I do briefly want to mention, if you want Keisuke, you probably need to roll him here. You're going to be waiting roughly another 1.5 years in order to acquire him, as his only other confirmed banner is actually a pairing, ironically enough, with Merlin later on down the line, which kind of gets to be really hilarious. This is going to be not this upcoming New Year's on an A, but essentially 1.5 years from now. So, yeah, the reason this pairing is kind of wild is because Merlin just is flat out the better support that you should take pretty much at every opportunity over someone like Keisuke. The only difference here is going to be, again, if you're really just valuing the 4-star nature of him for the reduced cost, but there are other 4-star supports that we can really kind of mention as well. So quickly kind of taking a look at his stats here, you guys can see he doesn't have a very robust attack stat. He is sub 9k. This is definitely a point of concern. He is a support though, so we're not maybe too concerned about that. But I think one of my issues with this is, again, the fact that he is such a support and they didn't maybe make him a more robust critting or carding type of unit. On top of that, he only ends up having about 12.4k, almost 12.5k HP here. This is actually not bad. This is actually a good thing for him. As a 4-star, he's relatively robust in power creeping 5-star HP numbers, but it's still not going to be necessarily a major reason to take him. He is man attribute. He has 98 star absorption, which is a little bit lower than the average for the class, and 9.9 star generation, again, a little bit lower than the average. His NP Church attack is probably his best selling point, in all honesty, as he does have 0.81 here, which is well above average. His MP Charge defense is 3%. His death rate is also above average, which is not a good thing. We don't want Keisuke getting death. Or maybe we do, but it just depends on your perspective on Keisuke. So his alignment is lawful good. He is a male gendered unit. He is hominid, humanoid, has the writing trait, is a servant, a 7-knight servant, that's the Beast Umu trait, a Shinsengumi servant, so again, you'll see that that will come into play as he's now somebody that actually utilizes that niche, and weak to intimate Elish, so not a whole lot of traits really to work with there, but it is something. He does at least have a nice array of double quick, double arts cards here. This is going to be nice given one of his skills. It's also nice given the fact that this is going to synergize quite well with that 81, that 0.81 NP charge rate there. As again, he has 4 cards at this point that are going to be relatively good at generating him Noble Phantasm. The downside is they kind of whacked his arts card because of that, so he only gets a 2-hit arts card, which is below average. Honestly, they did my man dirty here because Keisuke wasn't exactly popping off in many other ways either. So the fact that everything else here is average is definitely nice, but yeah, it does feel like they were worried about his NP gain rate there, and that's kind of why they only gave him the 2-hit arts. Taking a look at his first skill here, you can see he increases the party's attack for 3 turns by 20%. This is your standard nice charisma amount. It's also going to increase the party's NP generation rate for 3 turns by 20%. This is not that robust. We actually have other units out there that do even more NP gain for the party, namely the Castorias, Morgan Le Fays, Sanzangs. Heck, there's tons of units out there at this point that can kind of do more than this. So given the fact that Keisuke is a limited 4-star, I would certainly like to see this improved, especially given the fact that, honestly, not a lot of the Shinsengumi necessarily even need NP gain rate that bad, so it is what it is. This is all on a 6-turn cooldown. His second skill here is going to increase his own arts and quick performance by 3 turns of 30% each. This is certainly nice, but this is a selfish skill on someone that's kind of supposed to be used as a support. Add in the fact that they kind of give him this tethered to his charge skill, and it's only 20% is where I have a lot of issue with Keisuke. You see, Keisuke is a support. You're really going to want to get him to his NP to gain the maximum benefit out of him, but he's not really got an easy path to getting to his NP without you utilizing his cards. But as we already kind of mentioned, his cards are not going to be that well performing in terms of damage or NP gain, so I don't really know what the devs wanted from Keisuke at this point. He's not going to be unusable, but he is going to struggle unless you try to set him up alongside somebody else who can also support that can maybe even help power Keisuke to an NP. Again, all of this on a 6-turn cooldown, so it is what it is. His third skill here is, interestingly enough, sort of like David's Harp of Healing. As you can see, it grants the party evasion for 1 attack, 3 turns, and recovers the party's HP. Again, the downside for someone like David is if you actually look at his Harp of Healing, it is just 1 attack. There is no duration on it, so it cannot expire. Definitely a nice thing for him. However, it can obviously be used up by attacks that are hitting him. Keisuke, on the other hand, does have the turn limitation, so in a weird way, 3-star has a better variant of this effect than him, but he does recover more HP than the 3-star does. He at least gives 3,000 HP to the party at max rank, compared to someone like David, who's only going to give about 800. He's also going to remove the party's ailment debuffs compared to David's mental debuffs. I'm going to say this is really a trade. It depends on the fight that you're kind of up against, and definitely a thing. But it is sad that we are comparing him to a 3-star. We do have other units out there that do total cleanses and protect the party, so that is another thing entirely. But it is what it is, and it's, again, going to be sort of one of the issues with where this could also potentially be a stronger effect at kind of helping Keisuke actually keep people alive. All of that also on a 6-turn cooldown. He doesn't have a whole lot going on for him in terms of his passives either. He only gets Magic Resistance D for debuff resistance of 12.5%, and Writing E for quick performance of 2%. I'm going to be real with y'all. Keisuke shouldn't have been a 4-star. With the way that they have itemized him and designed him, he should have been a 3-star. However, I don't think that would have sold as well, and they wanted to kind of beef him up a little bit, but it is what it is. Honestly, him being a lesser star might even be better for him, as it would reduce that party cost even more. And then maybe you wouldn't feel necessarily as conflicted about taking him in some scenarios. Mana loading is certainly going to be helpful to him, as it's going to be something that will allow him to get to his NP a little bit faster or easier, especially in conjunction with some starting charge. The third append here as anti-berserker attack damage aptitude is okay, I guess, but remember Keisuke is a support, so you're not going to be dealing a ton of damage with him either. And he didn't really have the crit damage there in his kit to really kind of warrant a lot of this stuff. Obviously, you could take the fourth append to get some of that crit damage, but it is what it is. His fifth append, the skill reloading, is an interesting thing. And again, the extra attack finesse. So out of all these appends, I'm going to be honest with you and say that in good faith consciousness, I can really only recommend the mana loading at the current point in time. If you have the coins, go for, again, maybe the Berserk append, but it really just is not that big of a deal. With regards to his Noble Phantasm, it is a D-rank Noble Phantasm. It is an arts support Noble Phantasm. It increases the party's attack for 3 turns. This at least is nice as it does scale with the amount of copies that you get of Keisuke. However, I think a lot of people probably aren't going to roll very much on this banner, so a lot of people probably won't have a robust Keisuke. Again, the fact that his most powerful steroid here is locked behind you wailing on him, not necessarily a great sign, but I'm going to try to judge him fairly off that and say that, yes, this is still a powerful effect if you do manage to get it off and have it, again, have him at a robust MP level. From there, he's going to gain 10 critical stars every turn for 3 turns. It's not the, best amount of critical stars. I understand he's a 4-star and they don't want to necessarily make him rival someone like, say, Merlin, but be real, he's not really quite there. He does increase the critical damage of Shinsengumi servant allies, of which he himself is a part of, by 50% for 3 turns with his NP. So this is where kind of trying to transition him into more of a crit unit can work out for you, but this is where I would have certainly liked to have seen him give a little bit more crit stars or something like that. He's not unusable. He's just going to be one of those units where I feel like a lot of people are going to be better off taking a different support than taking him. If you're a Shinsengumi aficionado, he's definitely going to be someone you'll want to collect, but yeah, this is not necessarily this game-changing type of NP for you. His overcharge effect increases the party's NP gauge by 10% base, and it scales all the way up to 30% if you can manage to get him to 500% overcharge. Again, you could certainly maybe get him to like 200% or something like that, especially if you change up where his MP occurs in a sequence. There could be some crafty things that you could do with this, so I'll give them points for kind of trying to make something like that set up. The fact that so much of his usefulness is tied behind his NP, and they don't really give him an easy way to get to his NP, is one of the biggest problems that I have with Keisuke overall. You don't really necessarily want to devote the resources within the composition to getting Keisuke to his NP, which means then you've got to use his cards, but if you haven't gotten his NP off already, his cards aren't going to be doing that much for you. So it's definitely this kind of chicken and egg scenario where you're not really sure what to do. Maybe you start him out with something like a K-scope. That could obviously be a possibility, trying to just have him get the NP off right away. Or maybe you just end up throwing something else on there like a Fragment of 2030 or again, sort of Prisma Cosmos if you want to help automate that process without having to use his cards. Or maybe just go all out. You give him an NP gain / crit damage type of CE, you utilize his cards, and you begin to utilize him effectively. Again, I'm not going to say that you can't use him effectively and that he can't be good. I'm just going to say his kit is somewhat lackluster and seems to lack direction. And what do I mean by that? Well, I mean, if we actually look at a lot of what it's trying to do, he's trying to help the party, but then he ends up basically with a selfish skill, and then he has an NP that helps the party, but he's got to be selfish to get to it. So it's really sort of this weird kind of setup where you have divided goals whenever you're using Keisuke. And it's one of the things I don't like about him in that regard, and I really hope that the devs do take another look at someone like him. I think he's one of the most forgotten units in the entirety of the game at this point, and I really want to see the devs actually give some love to a character that could be a lot more interesting, especially if they did give him a little bit more of a robust kit worthy of that 4-star status. So Let me know what you guys think about Keisuke and how you guys feel about him. Will you be rolling the same banner that's here again with Sendo Rikyu on it, or will you be delaying till something later in the year? I'll be curious to hear you guys' thoughts, and I will see you guys for the next one. Thank you guys for watching. Have a good one. Yeah, there's not a whole lot that I can do. Hey, I'm sorry, chat. There is just not a whole lot that you can do with someone like this. I'm sorry, the 20% charge just pisses me off. That is such a, like, bitch out. Like, for a unit like this, give him, like, a 50% charge. I'm dead serious. Like, just give it to him. I think if you can sit there and you can loop Keisuke in like a solo environment, he wouldn't be the most terrible thing in the world. But the problem with that sort of thing is, even in that scenario, he's not got the best survivability. So, yeah, I don't know. I really don't know how to like say anything about this. He lacks identity other than I'm a Shinsengumi buffer. And if you're going to take a Shinsengumi buffer, literally take the person he's paired with at that point on the New Year's banner over him. I'm sorry. There are better supports out there in the game. His art is gorgeous, though. I'm so sad. I know. Like it's kind of wild because when he got revealed on JP, there were a ton of women that were like, "Oh yeah, let's go. He's gorgeous." And then we got to take a look at the kit, and we were like, "Oh." I'd also take Lan Ling over him. Yep. I learned he's not there. He's probably just one of the background characters. But yeah, you guys know, I always like to stump for a character, but one of the things that makes me angry is when I don't feel like the devs have done them due diligence. Keisuke, in a large part to me, Keisuke reminds me a lot of how Konstantinos basically was prior to his buff. Are they usable? Yes. Do they warrant you wailing on them and their party cost and all that? No, they're not in a good state. So now Constantine's gotten the buff, Keisuke has though. It's rough when David compares favorably. He beats David, at least with the third skill. And the thing about this is David has another self-heal in his kit that definitely benefits him. So David does have a little bit of selfishness here. But, the charisma, it's party-wide attack of 18% compared to Keisuke's 20%. But Keisuke does have a crit star bomb and NP generation rate here. It's just... I don't see the real use of this, short of just taking him in solo. Nobukatsu and Marianne. Yeah, like I said, we can compare him to Nobukatsu in the sense that Nobukatsu is cheaper than him and at least has the decency to die and get out of the party. Nobukatsu gets out of the way and lets the big boys do the work, right? Keisuke does not do that, unfortunately. Now, Keisuke does have party-wide protection, but it's just the one attack, 3 turns. The ailment debuff thing is nice because there's a lot of Guda Guda enemies that do burn or poison. But I don't know. But that's what I'm saying. With his current kit, he feels like a 3-star to me. Ready for that new Summer BB? I am. I hope that that Summer BB be doing good things. But we shall see, chat. Chat, I didn't know that we were going to have the time for this. I can't believe I got all 3 videos done, but we've done everything on both servers, and I finished 3 unit reviews in one day. So... Y'all are getting some early Star Wars Outlaws, I guess. Time to chill. Yeah, we plowed through that. Again, like we had a lot of news over the weekend. Expect more news tomorrow. Like I'll definitely have some stuff that I'll have to talk with you guys about. Let me switch gears here. Hello, Aurelia. Okay. Now, like I said, I did bite the bullet for you guys. What I did is I basically paid for Ubisoft Plus. I already canceled it as well because I don't see the point in monetizing this stuff as much as Ubisoft is. The game is in early access. If you subscribe to Ubisoft Plus, you can gain access to the early access. Otherwise, so the game is $70. If you wanted the 3 days of early access, you had to pay $105 for it. It's included in the like gold edition / season pass type deal. I like that there's basically, again, you know, like the season pass attached to that price, but holy crap, that just feels like that's so much money for a game that everyone's unsure of, right? When is new BB banner? Wednesday.
Press T to enable menu narration.
No. No, I won't. I love how they added the extra $5 just because 100 was not enough. Yeah, it feels like I'm paying Aussie prices at that point, and like I'm sure the Australian prices are worse. So like, it's sad, but it'd be what it be. Why is this doing that? What, the menu narration thing? That's just an accessibility thing for gamers that I guess are blind, right? Like, because you'd have to be able to hear it, but not see it. I don't know. I gotta be honest. Like, my hat's off to true blind gamers, right? Like, I have no idea how anyone manages to like game while blind. Poor eyesight, maybe? Yeah, that might be a thing. This is definitely not loading that fast. I've been noticing a lot of games lately, though, especially on the initial boot, which I had not booted this up because it just finished downloading right before stream. But I have noticed a lot of games are taking like forever to boot on the initial boot. And I think a lot of it's because like they're going to Unreal 5 now, and Unreal 5 seemingly has this like whole shader cache issue where like there's just a ton of games that like now use that and have to build the entire shader cache the first time you go in. Yeah. Snowdrop. I have no idea who that is. That took a while. It really did. Honestly, it's probably because I'm going through the Ubisoft client.
Hungry?
Hold on, chat. I gotta wear my glasses.
So, finally, Zedek Besh is here.
I gotta look like I'm here to sell drugs, chat.
Each of you represents some of the most powerful criminal organizations in the galaxy. Pikes, Crimson Dawn, Huts. It's a golden age for the underworld. The Empire's little Death Star gets blown to pieces and the law is distracted by a rebellion that won't quit. It's an opportunity to make millions. But, to my surprise, one of you sends a spy into my own house.
Oh?
When I thought we all could share this feast.
Enough, Sliro. I didn't come all this way to listen to lies, while your Zedek Beshrats skim off our spice lanes.
You know, my brother was heir to the family fortune. He's gone now. You remind me of him. He always came first. Even at dinner. If he'd finished his meal, he'd just take my plate. All I could do was watch him chew. Go hungry.
What is the point of this?
If Zarek Besh wants partners, forget it. Been done. Doesn't work.
Partners? Weren't you listening?
He's here to kill you all.
I'm starving. It's time to eat.
Okay. I mean, that's stupid, but okay. Like, he's gonna get killed by all those factions now.
I know, buddy. Just give me a minute.
How it feels to be a pet owner, even in a galaxy far, far away.
This'll work, right?
I still hate her hairstyle.
Tank Ferric. Where is it? All right. Let's get you some food.
Should I play this with keyboard, chat, or controller?
I've practiced enough. Time for the real thing. Police scanner's quiet tonight. Hope it stays that way. Ugh, we need some real food.
Ew. Where's my money? Okay, we had a deal. Getting the police to drop the case wasn't cheap, but you've shown nothing for it. I've checked with every fence in the workers' district, but they say you've got nothing but debts.
I'm hungry too.
Well, it's time to pay them, or things will get messy. You've got 3 days. Sneem. Okay, Steve. Oh God. Okay, don't hit that button. Numpad only? No, I'm good, thanks. I do that enough at work. I could probably play a game with numpad only. I just wouldn't like it.
This is gonna be my night. I can feel it.
You're leaving a lot of money on the table.
Don't know the crew, don't like it.
If you change your mind, let me know.
So, Bram, that for me?
No. But this is.
Ah, my data spike.
Yeah. And it's broken. Some scrap rat was selling it in the square. Says he found it in Sixth Kin turf.
And now you're gonna say messing with the Sixth Kin is a bad idea.
It's gonna get you killed.
That's another way of putting it.
You've got no crew, Kay. And you keep going it alone with high-risk scores that just go sideways.
You want it done right? You do it yourself.
I get it. You've hit some bad luck.
Bad luck? I'm out of marks, I'm broke, and I live in an attic.
Why don't you stick around the Broken Hoof tonight?
Oh, there is a
yourself
mandatory
some
buddy.
dinner. Let me set you up with something small, an easy hustle.
Or you could just give me that job on your pad there.
Nice try.
Then I got plans.
Take some credits. For the data spike.
I'm good.
Then I'll put it towards your rent.
I said I'm good, Bram.
Why would you not want... Like, lady, you've got debts.
Smells a little heavy on the bunta spice. Want me to taste that for you?
Forget it, Kay. I don't care what Bram says. Go freeload somewhere else.
Yeah, you guys want some bunta spice? I don't like that the game hasn't given me any sort of like button pressing tutorials. If only because like it seems like it's assumed that I'm playing with controller.
Oh, I like this one.
No, I like this one instead. Is that a horse? That's not a horse. It's a space horse. Those some jank-ass TIE fighters. I didn't think TIE fighters could look cheaper than they already do. Okay, now I go into the side street.
We're not getting anywhere with a busted data spike. Come on, Nix. Let's see Preben. Then we break into Club Tarsus and steal the forged identicards from their safe. With any luck, we'll get us on a shuttle to the core worlds.
Okay.
The Canto Cup's been good to me. They 3 months rent at the Farthing Table.
Okay.
This is tough. I came here.
At least the character feels really smooth and controllable. Which admittedly, like Blacksmith Wukong, I can stop and easily pick something up. Okay, so there's my sneak. Oh, there's a jump. Yo, hey, let me in on this. I want to throw some dice. Wait, no, I already came around this way, right? And then I went in there,
Hey,
so...
I need to give you something.
One of those things from The Last Jedi that was gambling on the planet they went to. Please don't ever say that again. I don't want to remember that The Last Jedi is a thing. Hold L1 to see all available actions. Okay, I'm glad that you at least have that, but... Wait, fetch? What are you gonna fetch?
You want that, Nix?
Oh, that!
Nice
got
one,
it.
pal.
Who's a good boy? Okay. What happens if I sit here? Oh, I don't talk to them. Okay, that's disappointing. Hey, can my Pokemon battle your Pokemon? It looks like there's like a protect button down there.
So uncomfortable.
Oh, so I can actually... Wait. Where are you going? Okay. Weird. Alright, don't see anything over there. I still want to know, because there's like, clearly something... Oh, I could pet it.
Hey, you. Oh, you jealous, Nix?
Does the droid have a mission for you? No. She's a thief? Kinda. She's heavily implied to be like a smuggler at this point. She is just...
I need to give you something.
An outlaw. Wait, could I talk to him? Yes, I could.
What is it?
It's the bill for the 3 Meluran your little scud stole from me last week.
Hey, you don't know that was Nix?
I only ever seen one of him anywhere.
Rebels reference?
You pay up soon, or I'm turning him in.
Hey, come here.
Hey, Nafis, kinda busy.
Just hear me out. I got an opening on my duct scrubber team. Sometimes the droid gets stuck, and I could sure use a good crawler. It's tough work, but it's honest.
Sorry, I got plans.
That.
Yeah, you always
Average female in this game. Average looking female in this game. Okay, I was already down here. Okay, it's difficult to tell when there's like actually the white dot, that's the interactable thing, versus just, hey, that's a white light. A weak glow rod.
Huh. All the merchants are out for the Kanto Cup. Hey there.
Okay. Go back to Vile. Safe to sell to a merchant for credits. I do like when games tell you this. Because, man, sometimes you're unsure in games. And I'm still one of those old school gamers of the mentality where it's like, well, if it has a use eventually, I'm never going to sell it.
Bye now.
See you again.
Okay. You gotta admit, they've done a good job with like the world building here. The game is pretty.
You wouldn't believe the junk they just throw away. I found 2 perfectly good converters in the alley behind the club.
You know that's 6th kin territory.
Yeah, well, they chased me out of here. Draw my credit card too. I have to get it. Gotta give them a chance to clean it
up. Why can I not order him to steal that? Yeah, I've heard there's like arcade games and there's sabacc in this. So like, honestly, that was one of the selling points of the game for me. I was like, I love card games inside my games. Kind of.
What do you think, Nix? Should we head back to the Broken Hoof and
Least
place a bet?
favorite fathier to win.
How's business, Valek?
It's too good. I can't leave to go place a bet on the farthier tables. Even have an inside track on the winner.
Your
can
business
place
is
that
so
bet for
good
you
that you're sitting in the
because
fetal position.
you're a friend.
Oh yeah? That'd be great. There's a data pad nearby. Friend of mine put the winner's name on it. Find it and bet everything.
No problem. I almost feel bad for him, but I need credits more than he does.
Wait, let me pick that up, okay? That was the first time I had a hard time picking something up. Okay, nothing in there. Surprised they didn't just wall me off and not let me go in.
Next shipment's coming in. You'll get your cut.
There's Preben.
Where's Preben? Dude, this is so weird that he's like...
I snuck into the track last night to watch him set up the cup. They say they've been checking.
See what they've got. Nice lift, Nix. Nix, over there. Good boy.
Okay. Somehow he didn't realize that the rodent stole it from him.
Preben.
No patake.
Oh, he learns the new customers. How's it going, son?
Tukamna? Una 6 kin pind ut jituana uba japagoyama sif no lia club tasis.
Come on. I just need my data spike fixed.
Anji chusa tajis galif. So sa uba ropada tis. Son pitch crispo.
Because the forged identicards in that vault are the only way I get off this planet. I'm done with Kanto.
Abakanto sati uba.
Good. Only options I got here are sixth kin or prison.
Aku an uba tinka zakutu utwata.
At least someone like me has a shot at a decent score. Maybe even see the core worlds. Preben, you help me one last time, and we never talk again.
E Nikki, jut kapa jakrida. Uba satutu dat no lia jakanto kupa. Je kapa uba dat.
Wow, compliment. Maybe next time I come back and visit you when we're rich.
Uba tinka tu pikiyuna ke. Agua pasabata.
Damn, she seems really likable.
All right, let's test it out.
Okay. What the? Wait, I'm pressing L2. Huh? Huh? I don't get it. Wait. It's a rhythm thing. Yeah, I see that, but like, where am I supposed to... Alright, hold on. It was like bug? What? Thank you. Okay. I had to switch to mouse and keyboard. It won't let me press the L2. Oh, okay. See, it's literally every beat. You can enable an extra visual UI helper? Wow. Okay.
Works just fine.
That's gonna get hella annoying. I can already tell. I can already tell that's gonna get hella annoying.
Okay, now we get that identicard from Club Tarsus. They're our ticket out of here next, and then before you know it, we're rich.
Why not take a look? Did
Okay.
something call to you?
Yes, something called to me. Okay. That's so weird.
Goodbye.
It's like buttons aren't actually like activating stuff all of a sudden.
I scavenged enough parts to pay off the sixth kin.
Okay. Oh, it's not a TIE fighter. It's shittier. Also, can I steal it? Like, for instance, this is super weird that I have to, like...
I'm still posted. Over.
We've got the sector's finest.
What is... Huh? Lots of day one bugs? Yeah, this is... I don't know if this is a bug or if there's, like, something I'm not understanding about it. But it feels like it's a bug. Because, like, I was able to pickpocket the dude before.
No, I got nothing here. Over. I'm still posted. Over.
You ready, Nix?
Like this anywhere.
I don't know. Maybe it requires something. Oh, maybe hold on. Maybe I need to be like stealth. That might be a thing, chat. Okay. I give up. Oh, I can slide. Yeah, like take someone's shins out? Yeah! Okay, no. Try chat. You see, it's super weird because he like draws a line to him. Nix is busy. Huh?
Busy night?
You're not getting in, Kay. Club's already got enough rats.
Really funny. Come on, Nix. We'll find our own way in.
Okay.
Just passing through.
Made an existing franchise because they know they'd fail without it, but end up harming something beloved anyways. Yeah.
Huh. Looks like we can fit through there. Okay. No going back now.
Oh wait, hold on. I wanted to see if there was like something back here.
Hang on, Nix. We're going up.
Yeah, I don't think I want to close that. Okay. I didn't think you needed to do that for that, but sure. It looks like we're gonna have some climbing puzzles. Okay.
Do your thing, Nix. Just like I taught you.
Don't like that they didn't tell you what the button was to drop. Like, again, it's not like I can't figure it out, but like that's kind of like Bush League stuff.
Push that button, Nix.
I do like him though. He's like a little gremlin. It's fantastic. Like, he's easily one of the best companions we've had.
Here we are.
You been to the casino?
No? You?
No. I heard it's really nice.
Okay. No reason for any of this. Excellent.
Act casual. We come here all the time.
Yes, act casual. I put my sunglasses
We're
at
close.
night.
The identicard is in the boss's office.
I was gonna say I don't see anything. Act casual. Sprint through the club.
Boss is complaining that cryopeds are getting into her office.
What can I get you? A way into your boss's office? I owe Wen some money. Want to make sure she gets it.
Not gonna happen. Varel's on duty tonight, and no one's getting past him.
Okay.
He's a real sleemo, huh?
Yeah, he only cares about two things. Easy money and fast speeders. Just bought himself a brand new T-85.
Let me guess. Won't shut up about it?
Loves it more than his mother. Not gonna get you a drink?
Nah, think I got what I needed. Thanks.
I like how this is just vibrating my controller repeatedly.
I'm Kay, and you're gonna let me through.
Yeah, let me
Not on
through.
the list.
Oh, my friend Preben put me on the list.
Preben should have paid more.
Hey, you know anybody who owns a T-85?
Yeah, that's my ride.
Nice speeder. Some scrap rats are outside trying to jack it.
What? Get out of my way. No one scraps my Jobin. I just got it modded.
Okay.
That worked.
Easy enough. Okay. Haha! I hit you. And that was totally not enough to knock someone unconscious. Like, maybe if you did it with, like, a weapon, but as that...
Okay, let's pick that lock, grab the identicard, and disappear.
Yeah.
Look at that. Here they are. Oh, come on, Preben. Your plans didn't have a pressure switch.
It's K-Bass!
Theric. This is bad. Next, go get the back tub. Good job. Okay, we gotta get out of here. It wasn't supposed to go down this way. What have I done?
Okay.
Nix, put on a show.
Got him.
Okay, Nix. Let's try to stun them.
Oh. No! No! Get!
Take the one out! Attack! You're dead! Ah!
I keep thinking that, like, my square button's my reload button. Wait, I'm confused. Mitsuru, there goes Lola, welcome.
What are we gonna do, Nix? I never counted on getting caught.
Okay, so there's a vent there. I just feel like exploring this place because I feel like there's gonna be something here. But there doesn't appear to be. What looked like an unlinear situation was totally linear. Looks like an unpleasant play. No, so far I'm having fun with it. Like, it's more or less clunky because I'm like, I don't know what the controls are, so I'm kind of winging it.
Okay, we got the identicard. The hook. We'll be safe there. We lay low for a while. We don't leave the attic. Yeah.
Okay.
Come on, back to the cantina. It's the only place we'll be safe. No
We
Ram.
won't be safe.
Good. That's a conversation I don't need.
X-winging it? Actually, Y-winging it. Tell me why ain't nothing but a
Bram,
heartache.
I don't want to talk about it.
You thought you could just walk in there and steal the most valuable scan docks in Kanto. I told you, Kay. 6 kin will have your head.
Hey, Ben! We know you're here. Let's make this easy.
You say nothing. You do nothing.
Damn, this man about to die for our sins.
Come on! She's not here. Liar.
You think I want my bar blasted up like this? I'm done with that kid. In fact, I'll help you find her.
Hey, I think she's out here.
No. You'd slow us down.
Told
Let's
you.
go!
The evil white man, yes.
Bram,
It's nothing.
your leg.
It's nothing. This is a new crew. I risk. Whatever it takes, you finish this job. The score alone is enough to buy you a damn shuttle-off world. It's what you want, right? Time to go, Kay. For good.
Now, why didn't you just give her that in the first place? Like,
I'll come back.
No. You won't.
don't think the guy had an effective shit blaster. I think it's more like he kind of kneecapped him.
Sick skins all over the place. We can't let them see us, Nix.
I mean, what if we did?
Where is she?
Wait,
So it's true?
no, like what if
She
we
hit
did?
you guys. Just tell me where she is.
I don't know. I mean, I heard she has that place above the cantina.
You see her, you come straight to us.
See something?
Okay. Why did it give me the grappling hook from? Oh, what? Huh? What? Oh, okay. I didn't realize they were the bad guys. I thought they were just in that one area. Do not get caught. Gunga Lagunga. Ah, that's what I was supposed to do. Wait, was I supposed to come down here? I don't feel like I was supposed to come down here. Oh, okay. It's like, did I just brick myself? Am I caught?
Previn! We know you helped Kate. Open up!
They caught up with Previn. I guess I'm not the only one who needs to get off of Kanto. Okay, Bram's datapad said the contact's name is Denian. They should be just ahead.
Dude, she's a terrible protagonist. She just caused so much problems for literally everyone.
Mount up.
Where are you from?
He's from the middle of Shut the Fuck Up. Game Journalist told me so? I don't know if the Game Journalist did tell you so.
Yeah, but I never got to see it like this.
Looks like a fun town.
You're not from here. Who's the Mark?
The boss named Slero. Runs a syndicate called Zarek Besh. They're new, they're rich, and rumor has it they've got the underworld scared.
Which means security.
Enough. But a fortune for us if you can get to his vault. Password override. You and your little friend there better be as good as Bram says. Your stop.
It rated better than the Monkey game? It didn't, as far as I know. Monkey game's, I think, at like an 81. I think this is, I saw 77. Someone in chat said 75.
Go make us all rich.
Don't throw shit in an open, top-flying vehicle. You'd actually probably be okay to do that. I mean, I agree with you. It's an easy way to lose it, but...
How are we kicking this off?
When you're in position, we'll attack the main entrance. Your job is to sneak in, disable their security, and get to the vault.
You guys don't mess around.
When you hit a crime boss like Slero, you have to mean it.
I'm gonna keep hitting that square button, and I'm gonna keep doing that air punch. It's my literal, my force of habit from playing shooters.
One way or another, it's the last time we're gonna see it. Hope Bram's okay. Taught me so much. Look how I paid him back.
Don't insult urinals, chat. They have a purpose. Exactly. That's why you pee on them.
I think I can swing across.
Oh my god. I almost did not see that prompt.
Hang on to me, Nix. We gotta climb. Denyon, I see a tower up ahead. Could be my way in.
You're the thief. We're in position and waiting.
There's a lot of cutscenes so far in this.
Don't look down, Nix. Denyon, I'm looking at the mansion. Exactly how rich is this Slero guy?
He's top 5 outer rim for sure. Slero built Zarek Besh from the ground up, and that ain't cheap. It's his own personal criminal empire. Other than that, nobody knows anything about him.
You sure know how to pick a mark.
You want to get rich, you have to go where the money is.
Okay, it's more fluid than I expected it to be. I really thought it was gonna like careen me off a cliff to my death. And it hasn't done that yet. Even though it looks kind of jank at times, chat.
Kanto really does look a lot different from up here, huh, Nix? Can't believe we might finally leave this place. It's... I don't know.
Yeah,
well,
yeah, I know.
We wanted a shot at the Biggs course. This is it. Okay, Denyon, I'm in position.
Starting the fireworks. Get inside.
Whoa! I'll sound your alarm! I bet you can see that halfway across Kanto.
Go over there! Find them!
Wouldn't that just put them on high alert?
What do you see?
Did you hear that?
We need to stay out of sight. I need to get there at nicest place we've ever robbed, huh?
Just shoot it!
I need to get their attention.
I'll get you!
This ain't right. She's right coming for us!
I am not right here.
Blast them to bits!
You see nothing.
Haven't won yet!
Damn it.
Nix, hide!
Just me and you, kid.
I can still take you down! Blast them! This hit, Nix!
Ow, what? Bro, what? Okay.
Will do, boss! Look out!
Oh, I have to defeat enemies with melee.
That's bad.
I'm coming!
Whew, that was lucky.
Did I kill one too many enemies? Annoying.
Kenyon, I'm in.
Take the turbo lift. It's the most direct way to Sliro's vault.
Okay. Armored undershirt.
Okay, energy barrier. Has to be getting power from somewhere. Next, find me that generator. What is it with rich guys and old ships? That should do it.
Ooh, more creds. Okay, can't go that way. A rhodium necklace.
Blaster burns. What happened in here?
Well, considering there's weapons on the wall, someone got shot or someone was target
Cameras.
practicing.
We gotta avoid them, Nix. Oh, we're spotted, Nix.
No!
Now what?
Dude, they're like, oh, cameras, and they don't even give you the icon.
Seize victory!
I'ma seize your victory, big boy!
Take them down!
Come here, Ginger.
There's a turbo lift. And of course it's got a barrier.
After her!
You won't live through that! Go! Go! Let's go!
Damn, they're just...
Attack! Put on a show, Nix! Let's do damage!
This game does not feel difficult. Okay, let's at least put it to challenging. Oh god, hard. Okay, you know what? Fuck it. Let's do hard. Let's see how hard it is. What's the worst that could happen?
Nothing personal. Let's go! Stop them! Take you out!
You know what?
Get them! This keeps getting worse.
One-on-one, let's go!
We can't hide now, Nix.
No. Oh god. I just don't understand, like, what was I supposed to do about the camera there? Like, was I supposed to shut it down? Or that? It's one way of handling it, I guess. It's like they can aim now? Yeah, I was just like, man, they are just like incapable of actually hitting me. Okay, so we can go in that. So before we do,
Distract him, Nix.
Okay. Where does this go? Jeez, that was fast.
Nix, snatch that. Go to one. Grab the back to Nix.
Wait, did this just lead me upstairs?
Okay, that should have shut the barrier down.
So confused. Okay. Thank God people just leave shit lying around. Okay. I guess it's... Wait, no, we came out this way. Huh? Oh my God.
Need a distraction, Nix.
Wait, he died. Why didn't that distract it?
It's showtime, buddy. Come on, Balt's waiting.
Okay.
Denyon, I'm in the turbo lift.
Move faster, Kay.
How long before Kanto police get here?
This is Lero's place. They're not coming.
Yeah, just more Zarek Bash.
See, there's totally not a loading scene here.
Not now.
Okay.
There it is. The vault.
Oh, what? Bro! I mean, like... I didn't even think the game would let me walk into it. Well, I don't like that that triggered the combat music. Wait, hold on. This is probably combat on the other side of that. God, annoying. Like, you almost can't press the button that fast.
The mansion. Hello? I need backup at the vault. I activated the...
I activated the... It's lice. I was like, why does that not work? Find the correct combination of glyphs before the allotted time limit. Abstract glyph shapes for numbers. Glyph is not present in the combination. Glyph present but in wrong position. Glyph in correct position. Nope. Oh, okay, so it already slots it in. So it's kind of like Wordle. Yeah, it's literally Wordle. Like, what the shit?
Okay, then.
That's interesting, though. I like that. That's a fun mini game.
Okay, Danyan. I disabled the security. You got a clear path.
Get to the vault. We'll clean up out here and meet you inside.
No, you won't. You're gonna leave me high and dry. This is gonna be a deal gone wrong, chat. You know it, I know it. You can't have an outlaw story without them trying to risk it on everything and then it fucking up.
Whoa, hi. Yeah, I need to get in. Danyan, I'm at the vault door and there's this droid.
You've met the TT-8L. Good. Password is Grandio Cha.
Of course it is. Hey, come back. I know you're in there. Grandio Cha. Hello?
Oh, I was gonna laugh if that wasn't the password. You've activated yourself.
I guess this is what real money looks like.
Activate the vault door. No. Investigate the vault for anything lootable first. I'm not an idiot, chat. Also, like, what do you got in here? Shit don't even look valuable. Okay, maybe that. That's like a chest piece. Those look like guns.
Let's get it open. Huh?
Password override -1?
You're not Zarek Besh.
What is this? Where's my cash?
Use a hand here.
I did everything right. The code was good.
Asara, did you find it?
No. The stories about Sliro and Zarek Besh, they're all true.
We've got to go. You'll get paid once we're safe. You have our word.
Wait! Nobody move. You either pay me now, or just pay me.
Oh, you fucking idiot.
We're the Rebel Alliance.
So?
Windows closing.
You fucking idiot.
Join us and fight the Empire for the future of this galaxy.
What's it pay?
We don't have time for this.
Hey, wait!
Yep. When they said, we'll pay you when we get out of here,
Eyes open, Kay.
should have just gone with that.
Here we go. For luck.
Wait,
Taking the
chat.
mark's half the game.
Chat, why is the mother hotter? Why is the mom legitimately hotter than the protagonist? No.
See? They don't even know we exist.
Why is the protagonist younger look better?
You're a little young for a thief.
And I'm not saying I like children. It's just fair. I'm just saying, like, her hairstyle actually just straight up looks
Where
better.
are you? I messed up. Watch it!
Hey!
And you didn't get it, now mommy disowns you, right?
Welcome back, kiddo. Now, what was your lesson?
Can't trust someone's always gonna be there.
That's my girl.
Okay, I can explain. You must be Sliro.
Your friends abandoned you.
Friends. What friends?
How long have you been part of the Rebel Alliance?
Oh, you're serious?
What do the rebels want with Zarek Besh?
Listen, I don't know any rebels, but I know people. Let me go. I get answers. We solve this together.
You're gonna have to do better than that.
He doesn't get out of here alive!
Well?
Oh, always there when I need you, Nix. Okay. How do I get out of here?
She just got out of there alive.
We've got an intruder!
Get back, Nix!
The mansion has been breached.
There's gotta be a way out. Get cover, Nix!
Don't make a sound, Nix.
I want a death mark on her now. I promise a fortune for whoever can bring me her head.
Why? What did I do?
There we nowhere in the galaxy she can hide.
Please don't be a trash chute.
It's the trash chute! Aw, damn it.
That's 2 jobs gone sideways, Nix. This is way beyond bad luck.
Will Scudder deserves better. I agree.
Oh, look. It's that old ship. New plan, Nix. We're gonna steal it and fly out of here. Yeah, sounds risky to me too.
I swear there was something. I can tell someone's lurking around.
Nix, need a distraction.
Huh?
Attack! Hustle! I'll shoot anyone!
Oh. Okay. It's the first time that's happened.
Go look over there!
Don't back down! Just stay looking. Stop her!
Get that barrel. Carefully.
Still doesn't feel right.
Swore something was here. This ain't right. Go hide, Nix. They never see you coming, huh?
Okay. I'm not sure how the trigger detonation thing works.
Nix, set that off.
If you hold down L1, it does nothing. If you let go of L1, it lets go of it.
Nix, hit that barrel.
Tap repeatedly? Maybe? But I've tried that.
Nix, blow that up.
Okay, I guess you gotta go super fast.
Are you? They won't stop coming. We need to go.
Use that! Come on! Dead already!
We're pinned down.
I'm not scared of you!
Not now.
Take cover!
Yeah,
Who invited them? All right,
God,
let's
that
go.
was such a raw deal there. I wanted to fight them. I didn't realize how many of them there were, and then I went like, "Oh shit!" And then I overheated the gun at the worst possible second. I order you, stop this thing immediately.
I can still take you down. You want it?
Take him down!
Say goodbye. Fire! Just you and let's get him. He's hurt.
Stop her! Mother! You're gonna
let's get him, Nix. They won't stop coming. We need to go.
Yep, we just run in anyways.
Just like flying a speeder, right, Nix? Nope. That's not it. Sorry. That's fun.
Okay, proton torpedoes. Oh, I'm flying. Okay.
Ha! Got it. Barrier's down. Here we go.
Oh my god, oh my...
Whoa!
Woman, fly
okay.
straight.
A little close. Almost there. Out of here. No. Work, you piece of scrag. Toshara.
That's no moon, that's your
I'll
mama.
take anywhere. We're okay. We're okay.
You're not okay. That's a terrible position to land in. You just at minimum broke your left arm. He's so cute.
We made it. Somehow. Come on. Huh, hello.
What, did we steal the antagonist's old ship? You know, I'm no mechanical expert, but I'm gonna say if there's something sparking, that's not a good sign. And you shouldn't just leave it like that.
I'm sorry. I thought you were one of them.
Huh? Lots of new friends today. Hey, we don't have to do this.
We aren't leaving without that scrap.
R2.
All right.
Good work handling those bandits.
Who are you, and what do you want?
Okay, you're mad about the pipe. I didn't think anyone survived the crash, but you did. So now, I'll help you.
I don't need help. I'm getting out of here.
How? You're an off-worlder, and this ship of yours isn't gonna fly anytime soon. But lucky for you, I'm a mechanic.
How many credits are we talking?
I mean, a few, mostly for parts. But good news, Tashara is a great place for someone with your skills. There's a pike underboss named Gorak. Talk to him.
And he'll give me work.
That's
Got it.
way too plot
That speeder in your
convenient, I'm
ship will
sorry.
be in Miragana City, easy.
If my ship's gutted when I come back, I'm gonna hunt you down.
Waka. My name's Waka.
I'll hunt
Waka?
you down, Waka.
Waka waka.
Wow, nice.
We're going for Zumi's cat. Really shitty Zumi. Okay, L2 is brake. L1 is dodge left. And they're gone. So we're just gonna guess.
This thing has some kick. Oh, okay, we're alive. We fix the ship, get to the core worlds, and land a big score.
God, this thing is really sensitive.
More of those bandits? Oh, come on!
I don't see them.
Do what you're paid for!
Okay, I killed one of them somehow. Ooh, a grenade. Okay. Oh, you can look back. That might have helped.
You alive back there, buddy? I know. What are we doing?
Imperial territory.
You there? The comms are working?
Yeah, hey, these bandits are still after me.
Persistent. Get to Miragana. That's pike turf. You're losing there. And, what do I call you?
It's Kay.
All right, Kay. You'll find Gorak upstairs in the calls. It's the most popular cantina in the city, so you can't miss it.
Wow, look at this place. Must be Miragana. All right, Waka. What do you get out of this? I don't trust charity.
Charity? Do you know what this baby is? It's an EML 850. Custom job. Checked the logs and even found a name. The Trailblazer.
The Trailblazer? So?
So this ship is special. Ah, you don't get it. Just give me some new fuel injectors. With those, at least we'll be able to fly.
All right. Figure it out.
Okay.
I'm clean, if that's what you're asking. No contraband here.
I'll be the judge of that. Show me your stock. Let me see some identification.
Oh, yeah, sure.
You're Torrin Valerio Nupp?
That's me. Mm-hmm.
All right, move along.
What?
Glad I got that fake identi card.
Here are my scan docs. Is everything okay?
One of these days, Chad, I'm gonna relearn my Arabesh. It would require us to have enough Star Wars games that were good for me to do that.
I'm sure we won't be seeing them again.
I heard old Pentic lost their
Welcome to
house
Kessel
in a bag.
Sabak.
Poor thing.
Keep their chip stack afloat despite the Imperial tax. Okay. Buy-ins 50 credits. I have 422. My opponents are Daku, Razafi, and Tanhi. And my cheats are...
Deal me in.
Oh my god, what the fuck? You invest chips to improve your hand and get a pair. A Sabak hand. To win a round, you need to have the best hand at the end of 3 turns. The last player with chips in stock wins the game and the content of the credit spot. Hands are made of 2 cards, 1 from each family. Sand and blood. The value is going from 1 to 6. There are 3 cards for each value per family. Okay. Minimize your hand value. Meaning the difference... Wait. The difference of your card values. A Sabak hand is a pair and has a hand value of 0. You want to minimalize it. Psylop will take the value of the other card in your hand, forming a pair and a Sabak hand. There's 1 Psylop per family. That doesn't say anything about imposters. Oh shit. Okay, so hold on. Rank based off the value of their paired cards. The closer the cards are to 0, the stronger the Sabak hand is. I swear to God, if they don't give me numbers on the screen, I'm just gonna be angry. Like, don't make me learn all the symbols. The imposter will take the value of one of the 2 dice thrown completing your hand. There are 3 imposters per family. What the? There's dice? Psylop, Sabak, or Imposter Sabak are equivalent to standard Sabak hand of the same value. A pair of Psylops is a pure Sabak, the best hand in the game. Okay. Three shift tokens, which are powerful game modifiers. Shift token can be played once in the game and only at the beginning of your turn before standing or drawing. You can display the active shift tokens by pressing R1. Build your deck. You can expand shift tokens. Your shift tokens deck by finding new tokens in the world, putting them at specific tables, or buying them in the black market. Are these like the cheats? Draw a card, you must invest 1 chip. Standing, you will pass your turn for free, saving chips when your hand is good enough. You can draw the top card of any deck on the table, including the discard decks. After drawing a sand or blood... There's so many rules! You can draw the top card of any deck on the table, including the discard decks. After drawing a Sand or Blood card, you must discard a card from the same family, always keeping one card of each family in hand. That's so much to process. Draw the top card of any deck on the table, including the discards. After drawing a Sand or Blood card, you must discard a card from the same family, always keeping... Okay, I see. I see now. Each round lasts 3 turns, giving you 3 opportunities to improve your hand. Each player has played 3 times. Everyone reveals their hands. Everyone reveals their hands. 2 or more players can be winners in the case of a tie. Player with the lowest hand value, the difference of card values using the lowest card wins. Without a Sabak hand, you are taxed an equal amount to the difference of your cards. With a losing Sabak hand, you are taxed 1 chip. All taxed chips are lost. Does it mean it has to be a pair for you to not get taxed? Okay. I have... Oh, please, dear God. I have no idea what my hand does.
Come on.
Wait, no, that's... Shit. Forgot I could only have 1 of each. Wait. Huh? Huh? Okay, I see. I think I did nothing there. Is that a 2 and a 3? I don't.
There we go.
Nino Lia.
Draw.
Something good.
I have no idea what I'm doing. No, I think they're the same. Wait. Huh? Yeah, it's 2 and 3.
Confused. Draw.
Anya Pa.
All right, I'll draw.
Oh, there's fast mode. All right, how do I send my creature? I require the sending of my creature to cheat. How doth I cheat? Fuck it, I'm gonna stand. I'm gonna probably lose.
Stand.
Stand.
Draw.
You bitch. No, my hand's a 1.
Oh.
What?
Do sabak chani.
What? Well, I beat the one dude.
It's just
not my day. I draw.
Oh, okay. Before the draw or stand actions.
How about that?
Yeah, give me them chips. Okay, no, you lose a chip.
Let's see.
Alright, there goes my last chip. What even is that? That's the imposter card? I don't want the imposter card! Sucks!
Sorry. Shift.
Yeah, well, I need the chip.
New card.
That's the discard pile? Yeah, but they're both imposter cards. So I have a pair of imposter cards. Hey, is that good? I don't remember.
I have no idea.
Good or bad minigame? I'm too confused to tell you whether or not it is yet. We're about to find out.
I stand.
Damn.
Imposter here. Ooh, Sabak.
I sabak you?
Hand him over.
Wait, we're both sabak. All I get is my... No, that's bullshit! How am I supposed to win when I have one chip? Bro got like 4 chips at the beginning of the game.
Shift. All right.
Okay, so that automatically takes... You have a sabak hand. Okay. So I have a 2. I have a pair of 2s. Wait, are they not playing, or are they... I think they're out. Bro has all his shifts. Okay, so he's got a pair of 3s, I think that is. Which means I should win?
Passing. Psylop Savak. You heard the droid.
Yeah! Get fucked! Wait, why do I still only have 1? I can't tell how many I have, and I'm just concerned at this point.
Let's get going, Nix.
Okay, so that cost me credits, but I didn't win anything? I'm confused. I guess I have to, like, win the table. But, like, to be fair, the very first thing there was just bad. Like, to begin with. Alright. Chat. Let's end it here for tonight. Like I said, we should have some JP news, you know, tomorrow. Probably coming out of Trubs. If nothing else, it should be interview news, so we should get some nice tidbits. Let me see who all's on that we can send some love to. Doop 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 doop. Okay, I'm gonna send you guys over to Miss Ivy. She's on tonight. Again, I will be back tomorrow. I hope you guys enjoyed this. Like I said, it's interesting to me so far. Definitely some roughness, some clunkiness to it. I'm not sure how much of that is like me, how much of it's the game, so we'll see. Especially as time goes on, but we didn't get too deep into it, but I'm eager to at least see more. So, again, thank you guys for all the support. As always, I will see you guys tomorrow. Go give Simon my love, and I will see you guys later.